Well, good evening, everybody. It's Monday on the flat plane. Pretty cool stuff. Some other channels out there doing some different things. Really good stuff. And there's boy, it's going. Everybody uses the term viral. I want to say it's going awakening. To coin a new phrase there. There's a lot of people that are just waking up and, taking a look, and it's not always something that everybody accepts. They kind of look around. Actually had a chat the other day as well, and other people, and just said, hey, don't believe me. Just take a look at this. Take a look at what's going on and make up your own mind, your own decision, and come back. We'll have a chat about it. Because I do not have all the answers. And the funny thing is, you get, some of the Globers, and obviously they don't want to let go of the globe. Totally okay with that. Do your own thing. And, come back after you've actually had a chance to kind of look at a few different things. And at that point, about it. I mean, the most comical thing to me, and of course anybody who knows me knows that I enjoy the comedy. I'm a flat earther myself. To come back and have a chat after looking at something, and the look on their face, for some, is like, okay, let's talk about this. Let's have a little chat. Okay, what are you talking about? And it's been a wonderful chat time with so many people. I see some new faces. I see some regular faces out there. Actually, hold on a second here. Let me fix something that I didn't put on. Just give me one moment. I go coffee. There we go. Actually, Jen's out there. Jen, who is a friend of Tommy Two-Tone. Tommy Two-Tone actually introduced, a couple months back. I see Teddy's out there, Cats, and Paran, Wambra. If I missed anybody, I'll see it as it scrolls up. Here we go. And we're off and rolling. We are off and rolling. And it was, what surprised me today, and I want to share this with everyone. What was interesting today is I went over to another channel, which actually very popular channel, probably about 400 people watching or something like that. And as I'm in the chat, I'm looking, and I see Jen 8208 rolling up, and I'm like, wait a second. So I had to look, because obviously you guys know that I'm a stickler. I have like sticky notes, and obviously I take notes about different things. And I was like, holy crap. I couldn't believe she was out there. And she's actually, at this point, because we had talked about different things, not so much, not very, first of all, not on YouTube, just, offline and different things. And for her to be actually going at it with Flat Earth as hard as she was going at it, I was like, wow, where did that come from? I was pleasantly surprised. It was actually pretty cool. I liked it. I liked it very much. Really good stuff. Really good stuff. And actually, and Jen is actually a friend of anybody who's seen me around and see me, playing and jamming and stuff like that with Tommy. Of course, he's on the many videos that I have. We nicknamed him Tommy Two-Tone. Playing the guitar and stuff like that. And it was actually Jen is a friend of his that he introduced me to, and we started having a little conversation. Now she's here, and she's actually becoming quite the advocate. Actually, I was just pleasantly surprised, to be honest. So Jen 8208, I think it's Jen 208. 208, right? I gotta look up here. Hold on. Yeah, Jen 8208. Yep. Jen with two N's. And for anybody who wants to join, the link is in the dispensary, provided by Mr. Vincent P. and Poncho P. Very, very nice guys, who perhaps might be taking a little break right now or something. I mean, it's 9 p.m. here, East Coast, etc. For them over there. I believe it's 4 in the morning. Just been a real great trip. I saw I was on Zulu Ones last night. Hopefully the Z-Man will join in, in a little bit. Perhaps Jimmy Jedi. Now that I have caused a disturbance in the Force, I'm sure that Mr. Jimmy Jedi will be around pretty soon, and we shall see him. At least I hope so, because you guys don't want to just sit here and listen to me. I'll have to start playing the drums for crying out loud. You don't want that. I'll scare away the cats. Jay Henning is out there too. I see Walmer out there. Jay Henning. Good. Nice to see everyone. I know everybody likes their own particular channels they go to, and some have a tremendous amount of content. After you're done, you're almost like, I just got schooled or something. Others, I like to have a little bit of fun, a little bit of comedy, a little bit of musician playing and so forth. As far as content, absolutely. I mean, we can do the 8 inches per mile squared. We can do, okay, it's a bulge in the center. It's 2 inches in the center. It's this, it's that. The funny thing is, the more you learn about where you think you are, the more you're able to actually have a chat with someone and say, and this is I don't want to say it's funny, because it's really not funny at some of the people's age that I speak with, because obviously I'll be 50 next month, so obviously I'm getting up in years now, and just having a chat with them, they don't even know the globe model. And this has been chatted by so many, of course, for people have been doing it for a while. We obviously know. I asked somebody over the weekend, I'm like, well, do you know the circumference of the supposed globe? And I had no idea. And the spinning and all that kind of stuff. And it was just kind of interesting that so many don't even know their own model, which I did not either. So I'm not casting stones. I had no idea either until I started looking into it. And all of a sudden, here comes the frickin' lightsaber Jedi, Mr. Jibby.
Well, Larry, if you want to get to know your model, you got to ask her name first before you just take her home and get to know her. Get to know your model.
Hey, Jay, what's going on, brother? It's good to see you, man. It's good to see you.
I didn't want to let you go down by yourself on a sinking ship. So.
Oh, exactly. I appreciate that. I appreciate you plugging the hole in the boat with your finger. I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Well, we're going to need something a little bit bigger than a finger for this hole, but...
Oh, man, it's too funny. How you doing up there? I mean, it's been...
I'm not up anywhere, Larry. I'm to your side.
Well, okay. All right. To my side, a little further towards the north than I am, it went from 90 the other day. We were doing a roof, especially a black roof, and the guys were dead. And we're going to finish it up tomorrow. Actually, is the next time I can get all the guys back to that particular job, and it's going to be like, I don't know, 65 or 70. It's going to be 25, 30 degrees cooler. What the hell is going on?
Yeah, we had that one day here too. That was like 90. That was the day that Jibiru went by, and it heated things up, and then it went away again, and you don't need to worry about it because they have a drone right below Jibiru that shoots out a sky hologram. They call it SkyMax, and it just feels, so you can't even see this thing up there. It just looks like a blue sky, but you feel the heat, right? You know what? It's so ridiculous. It actually might even be true.
You know what? That's why I'm giggling, because you know, I don't know. I just, all I know is the weather is just out of balance or something. I don't know what the hell's going on.
What we don't know replaces all of this dark matter and dark energy in the universe. That's how much we don't know. Like, so.
Yeah, it's got to be something.
It's probably like their inside joke dig at us. Oh, well, it's made up of 96% dark energy and dark matter. Like, they're joking because that's how dense and stupid we are. We only got 4% of the truth. You know, it could very well be that. Like, they're literally telling us how in the dark we really are. Get it?
It could, yeah, it very well could be. Absolutely could be.
Well, I think it is. If they were to tell us 5% of the truth, that's it. It would unravel like a sweater, and the whole thing would unfold. So they got to keep it just that. They probably had us at 1% before, but the more and more I look back in time, the smarter and smarter I see people were. So I don't know. We're moving backwards.
Actually, yeah. I was told by my grandfather years ago, which, you know, back in the '80s, and he's like, "Hey, look, there's going to be a point where you get to where there's have and have-nots," and I didn't understand that at the time. You know, I was still a kid growing up, and I was asking, "What do you mean?" He had been he was born in 1915, passed away in 2000, and he had been through the Great Depression, the whole 9 yards, and he had seen this firsthand. And he said, "This is what's going to be coming." And I'll tell you what, boy, I mean, almost nailed it to a T. I couldn't believe it when all this stuff started happening back about 9 years ago, with the housing bubble and all the freaking money and all this kind of stuff and everything going around. It was crazy. And I thought back to that conversation I had, and he knew, you know, 25 years in advance or whatever it was, as far as what was going to happen. And I'm very sorry I didn't listen at the time.
I predicted pretty much what we're seeing now with computers. Like back in like 1991, 1992, I said we're just going to have like hands-on controls to pretty much just look in anybody's house, look at, you know, people taking showers, locker rooms, blah blah blah. It'll just be voyeurism out of control. I said, I even called like the no hair trend, you know, like there was long hair, short hair, you know, the stupid trends that go around. But I said, you watch, like with long hair, the next one that's coming, it's going to be the no hair generation. And sure enough,
right,
like that came, but that's probably more chemically induced these days. Who knows? But yeah, it's they're laying it out right there. Like when you kind of see their foot in the door, you can kind of see that they're going to put the other foot in the door. You know, like you just see what's coming sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
You look at what's around you. Look at and shit trickles downhill. So everything, yeah, from everything that like the costs for everything to like attitudes, behavior, mentality, it trickles down from the top. You know, we have basically, they don't tell us that they're evil. They just use like God's words and do like Satan's actions. So without them saying it, we subconsciously see how evil and dark they are. Like the United States and the UN, they're on offense. They're not on defense of any tyrannical, tiny little countries like are going to conquer the world. Like, please, give me a break. This little tiny speck over here is going to conquer the planet, and we're surrounding them with missiles. Come on, man.
It's just you have to laugh, and that's why. And obviously, you and I have made, perhaps put a little bit too much comedy into it, especially, you know, with the Ponch and Vinny and some of the guys. A little bit too much comedy. It is laughable when you think about it, and think about it logically. You just sit back and you're like, hey, wait a second. That doesn't work. It's freaking hysterical. I love it.
It doesn't work. They don't work. It's a trend.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
You know, their model suits them. They don't work. It doesn't work. Nothing works correctly. And every time we fix something, they break it. It's like the relationship between the Fraggles and the Doozers from Fraggle Rock. You know, the Doozers build shit up, and here come the Fraggles, and they eat it, and the Doozers are like, "You assholes!" And then they got to rebuild everything again. I don't know.
Yeah. I remember seeing. I saw a little bit of that. That was just about the time where the kids were watching that sort of thing. So obviously they were watching it, Fraggle Rock and some different things.
Fraggle Rock was when I was a kid. Like that was HBO back when it first, probably in reruns now. Your kids watched reruns, but wait a minute, you're only like a sneeze older than me. Come on, man. You were in high school when it came out, I think.
Yeah.
And it used to be Brain Games. Brain Games came on first, and then it was Fraggle Rock. And I never missed a Fraggle Rock episode because I wanted people to acknowledge Uncle Traveling Matt. You know, whether it was like the old guy, and he would always send a letter to his nephew Gobo every episode. And it was hilarious to me because I felt the same way, because he'd be like, "Dear nephew Gobo, today among the silly creatures, I found their habits to be quite amusing." And then he'd just go on like observing people's like ridiculous, weird behaviors, but from a Muppet perspective. I don't know. I found it fun. But he always called them silly creatures.
Gotcha. Yeah, like I said, I wasn't really watching. You know, the kids probably saw reruns. Pardon me, like you just said. You know, in the '90s when they were born. I don't know. I never really watched that kind of stuff. Of course, I was busy doing other things as well. I mean, I was racing at the time and doing different things.
You were getting to know your models, right? Yeah.
No, actually, no. Believe it or not, I was actually starting to get into, you know, which I first started with, like Common Law and Truth Movement and different things, and that was, I would say, late '89, '90, '91, somewhere in there, if I remember correctly. And then after getting married and everything else, the whole thing went downhill.
Well, you would be the first that's happened to, Larry, from what I hear. Or everybody's suffering from this disease that's going around. I call it Americitis. It's ridiculous. It makes everybody like retarded. I don't know if that's the word people don't like. Let me rephrase that. It makes everybody re-rees.
You know what? That's okay. I'll accept it. I'll accept that I perhaps was there at one point, and yeah, we. That's funny.
I was a complete re. Like I didn't know any better. I mean, the force against us with this illusion is so ridiculously well funded, massive, and coordinated. It's like, oh my God, you fooled a 10-year-old, you fooled a 15-year-old, you fooled Are you kidding me? There's stupid magicians pulling birds out of their coats that fool audiences of thousands, and they're just doing stupid tricks, and they fool those people. Like, people walk out of there, they're whispering to each other, "I think he's possessed by dark forces. That's how he does it." Like, it's just people's imaginations go crazy. Like, and it's just tricks. It's just illusion, mirrors. Now they can add, I don't know if they're doing it yet, but they have like mobile holograms, augmented reality that they could just do right on stage, where now it's going to get sick. Like the magic tricks will get sick, where the magician can just vanish under the stage and there'll be a hologram of him floating. And then he can come out, walk into the audience. People will be like, "Oh, there's two of him." Like, I'm telling you, it's not that hard to fool these people. It really isn't. You could put a 2 eyes and a mouth on a banana with a marker and go, "Hey, how are you?" And people go, "That banana, talk to me." Like, that's how bad we're getting here. People are dumb, and they're not getting any better.
No,
You know what? That fluoride in your water, yeah, kind of does that. Like, so, yeah. But it's
and
good
there's so
for our
many different.
teeth that everybody I see around me is getting their teeth pulled in their 20s. So maybe we need to up the fluoride because it's not rotting them fast enough.
You know what, Jay? I actually have and you know the Jersey boys, obviously, because you know you were here when they stopped by and everything, and those guys are more out of shape than I am, and they're half my age. I mean, they've got back problems and different dislocations or broken limbs that have healed and
Yep,
certain things.
I believe it.
I'm like, what the hell? What the hell's wrong with you guys? You're half my age. You should be able to like bench press me and throw me across the freaking yard, and they can't. And I'm like, what happened?
Well, back then, Larry, there was less ingredients and things. So people were eating what they used to call food. Now, we haven't eaten food in a very long time. Like, and any food that does still exist, they douse it with things that burn insects alive, basically. So we get to eat that attached to this alleged food that's still alive. But so yeah, and then you combine all those chemicals. It's literally like each person is a test beaker in a lab, and you're just adding all these different chemicals to the beaker to see what happens. Except they didn't do that first. They're using us to see what happens, and then they're raking in the money at the end results of the reactions that are occurring in these beakers that we are. Like, what happens when I mix McDonald's with a Dr. Pepper and Doritos? Dun, dun, dun. And then there's this new reaction that happens. Well, I better take some acetaminophen with that. Dun, dun, dun. And then it's just like you're creating this, who knows what's going to happen to you thing. This is why doctors can't even, they have to leave the room and Google your symptoms. Like, they can't even keep track. Like, there's so many different things that break down because your body's like, what the hell is this? It's waiting for something to digest, and it's like you're handing them bricks and cardboard and silicon. They're like, put it in the back room. So your body puts it in the back room. Next thing you know, you're 400 pounds because you're all back room.
Yeah.
You know, your body can't do anything with it. So, and your skin, it can't excrete it out because your pores are too small. I don't know. I can go on. I think I got to go back to beer though. I might put some weight on me.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, how's the homestead there doing?
Well, I had a couple of friends who were supposed to come by last Saturday to discuss the plans because they do roofs on the side. Well,
Okay.
they do. Yeah, they do everything. They're like me, except they can do a hell of a lot more than me. But they're like me, and they do everything. It's like I need this fixed. They can't do computers though. I can do that. But they were going to come by, and it rained. But I tossed out that tin roof, aluminum roof idea last fall to one of them, and he just never got back to me. Like, it's almost like he was like didn't want to do it that way or something. So I don't know what they'll say about it, but whatever's easier and cheap. So that's what everybody wants. They want the easiest, cheapest job, and every product will tell you, well, this is the cheapest, easiest way to do it. It's like,
Yeah, that's kind of, yeah, it's something you have to kind of balance against. You know, obviously, with what you had said, because repairing it, fix up everything else, and then you're out of Dodge. So you want to do a good job and make sure that whoever gets in the play. And by the way, the gorgeous place. It's a big place. I was surprised how big it was.
I was surprised how big it was. It was a 4-bedroom. I'm like, damn.
Yeah, when you showed me the pictures and everything, and showed me, I was like, holy crap, that place is pretty big.
For the price for a 4-bedroom, like this would be 10 times more expensive an hour away from where I live. The same exact yard, acreage, size, living space, square feet, same thing, be 10 times more expensive. And that's crazy because I'm like, I'll just live an hour away and have the same thing for 90% cheaper. Duh.
Mhm.
My cigarettes are 90% cheaper here because I roll my own. So I pay like $1 a pack. I could go an hour away and pay $10 a pack. It's the same difference. It's
Right.
insanity. Why stay there and pay 10 times more for such things?
It makes it makes no sense. It makes no sense. As a matter of fact, I think the number one state that's evacuating is probably my state. Everybody's jumping ship. They're like, I'm out of here. It's too
Well,
expensive.
I don't know, dude. Massachusetts is evacuating, but they're evacuating underground, like literally, like funerals. My a friend of mine just Facebooked me a message earlier today, and she's like, "Do you know like how many people are ODing in that town?" And I'm like, "No." I think she said something like, "Oh shit, I I don't have it open right now." I thought she said something like 70 a day,
Oh my god.
and then she just copy and pastes like one day's newspaper online obituaries, and I'm like, "You kidding?" Like it's like, excuse me, like and she's like, it's literally a third world country. The heroin explosion, and they're getting bad doses, and they're dropping like flies. And I knew they were dropping like flies. I moved out of there like 9 years ago. I'm like, it's time to go. It's
Yeah.
time to go. And my friends are like, you're crazy. Conspiracies. No, it's time to go. And
Oh
sure
boy.
enough, they were kicking in doors like weeks after I left that town. Just random robberies and stuff. Carjacking started going crazy. I saw it coming. It was like, you know when it's time to go. Like,
Eggs. Yeah.
we may be
Yeah.
on the
Exactly.
Titanic on your hangout, but as far as towns go, it's when this ship is a sinking ship, it's time to go.
Jay, I appreciate that so much. I love this guy. Anybody listening, I love this guy. We've hung out for wow for some time now, hundreds of hours of just different things we've done.
Don't
Actually, it's
remind me,
been
Larry. I feel it. I look it. I look aged after all of it.
well yeah, exactly. I still recall. Well, I obviously I've been under the influence of drinking too much beer sometimes and gotten a little crazy as well. I've actually gotten to the point where I've actually heard Jay slide off a garden chair in the backyard and hit the floor. That
Yeah,
was
I'm under the influence of too much. Just
that was
add in your own word at the end there.
that was just so funny. That it was actually I think it was on your channel, and all of a sudden it was like to-doom, and I'm like, holy crap, what just happened? And I'm like, Jay, you there? Jay.
Yeah, I got a couple of
Wait.
hangouts on lockdown. I can't really make public because it sound like I'm playing the violin slowly as I'm talking. Like, it's like, no, I can't. No.
It's all good. It's all
I was
good.
over in ODD's 24-hour stream just a little bit ago, and
Me also, yeah, I saw that.
then he was somebody in there was like, "Hey, you're that funny guy that drinks moonshine, right?"
Are
I'm
you
like,
serious?
"Yeah, you got the moonshine right." I don't know. I'm not sure on the funny, not funny, haha, but funny in the head. Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Larry sounds like he's pissing in the distance.
No. I just had to get a beverage. I apologize. I
You
walked
got
away
to.
to get it
Why haven't you moved the fridge towards the computer or the computer near the fridge?
because the drums are in the way. I can't get it over here.
You got to get a bigger house. Well, how about you get a mini fridge for right there in the garage, little mini one to put your beers
I
in?
I do. April got it for me last year for my birthday. Actually,
So where is it?
it's behind. It's like right behind me. You see me cam up live. Wait a second.
Okay, well, how come you're walking away in like 200 square feet away or whatever? Like, your garage ain't that big.
Okay, hold it. Actually, the garage is like 26 by 25.
Oh, that's not that big.
Okay, hold on. Let's see. There is the mini fridge right there.
He lifts the black curtain, folks. What? So that's where you were?
Yeah, it's like an episode of Lift the Veil.
Right. Lift that veil. Make it a game show.
Yeah, we could actually do that. Actually, what's funny is I don't know if Dave's around. He'll probably check in a little bit or something. He does that. You are the weakest link, and just ask like questions, just random questions about flat Earth and different things. I think it's funny as anything. I mean, I love it.
The weakest link. Let's say it. That's right.
Hey, Dave, you're being called.
Dave from Kentucky. Stefan does a really good Dave. I miss Stefan.
Yeah, me too. I haven't seen him around.
Every now and then he shoots me a message on G chat or whatever. How's it going? And by the time I see it, hours have gone by, so I don't see his reply, and we're just playing phone tag through messages, I guess, or whatever. But I guess he needed to take a break. I've been hearing that more and more.
That's okay.
Yeah, not. I take mini breaks, and my brain doesn't let me break for too long because it'll by 9 o'clock at night that day, if I haven't looked at anything or saw a panel, my head just keeps going and going and going. It won't even let me concentrate on other things like, I'll play a video game today. How about Skyrim? It's like everywhere. Everywhere I look, there's just reminders, and I can't get away from it. It's it drives me freaking nuts.
I have the same thing going on. It's something where you put those glasses on, you just can't take them off. It's just something that goes like 24/7. And you're like, okay, I'm awake now. I'll do the things I have to do for the day. Not a problem. Get my stuff done. And it's
and those glasses you put on, make sure they're GoPro.
Hey, I see Gab's out there. Hey, Gab, what's up?
How you doing, Larry? What the fuck's going on?
Yeah, Gab's a cool guy.
Get in here, Gab. Well, if you want.
Yeah, I put the link in the regular dispensary. Pete and Vincent said that go ahead and throw it in there.
There's no space, Larry. The panel's full.
With your big head. Okay. All right, that's one from my side.
All right. I'll take up an extra spot, and then the 7 taken spots with garbage cans with your jokes in them after they died.
Hey Jay, what was the joke you made the other night about the where my jokes went to die? I got so much feedback on that. It was
the ICU joke.
Somebody
was like, "Who's in the ICU?" And I said, "Larry's jokes."
Yeah, yes. Oh my God, it wasn't feedback like emails or anything. It was just like in the chat and different things. I was like, holy crap, that was good. Actually, that was excellent. I have to give you that one. That was perfect.
Yeah, broken clock. It's right twice a day kind of thing, I guess. All right, I'm gonna add Gav to the hangout.
Holy crap, is that Tommy Two-Tone out there? I think it is. The guitarist that we've done some jams with. I think Tommy Two-Tone is out there actually. As soon as he said cowbell, that got my attention.
Oh yeah.
Hey Jay, do you have Gav Flat Earth at the party?
I have Gav added, yes.
What?
Okay.
Yeah, I'm adding others.
Oh, there he is.
What's up?
I remember that.
What's up?
There we go. I fixed my headset now. Shit. What's going on?
Good to see you, brother. Good to see you, man.
Oh, it's broke again, man. What's going on? Keep talking, guys. Keep talking. I'll try and fix this shit.
Okay. Okay, no, we're just doing a hangout.
THC gets you high, high, high.
Hey guys, how are you?
Hey, TH.
What's
Hey, how
up,
you going? What a beautiful
Hey.
day here in Washington.
Well, share with the
Looks
group.
it, man. Yeah, share. Let's see.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's see the beauty.
Yeah, mate. What a bloody great day, eh? I didn't expect this, so I wasn't really prepared, guys. So I apologize about all the fucking movement.
That's all right. That's all right. That's all right. Take your time. Take your time.
Man. I was preparing to go to bed, and then I saw Larry was
So
live.
anyway,
Yeah, don't want to miss out on that shit.
Lullaby Larry works for me every time.
Yeah, I can't wait, man.
whereabouts are you?
What's that, THC?
Whereabouts do you live, you guys? I know. Where does Larry live? Whereabouts do you live, Larry?
I'm in New Jersey. I'm about an hour from New York City west.
Okay. Okay. Oh, well, that's a good place to be for Sunday. That's going to be great for solar tracking.
Yeah, as long as it's sunny tomorrow. Today was just overcast, like terrible.
Yeah, we had storms.
Yeah, just you couldn't see like anything today.
Well, I am in the northwest England, and the current time is 2:43 a.m.
2:43. Oh my God.
Yeah, I know, man. I know.
Yeah, that's like my
Well-
third lunchtime. My 2 days awake, 1 day asleep pattern.
It's too funny.
Hey, Dennis in the chat. What up, man? And Tommy as well. What up, Tommy, mate? I've not spoke to you.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
see.
Larry, get Tommy in here. Call him. Call his phone. Tell him to come on.
Actually, that's you know what? Hold on a second. Hold on. I can.
Hold on while I find my phone.
I'm running like 2 rigs here, and I just have to get it. Just give me. Come on, I'm technologically challenged, guys. Come on.
Oh, there it is. He's still there.
Come on.
Come on. Do this shit.
Okay.
Yo, Brian. Don't know why I just said that out loud.
It's too funny. Okay.
Hey, you guys got a video about that sun dancing across the sky?
Yeah, cutting in and out, bro. Your internet is from AOL.
Yeah, a little broken up there. I couldn't understand that. I'm sorry.
Does AOL still exist?
I don't know. I remember how bad it used to be back in the day,
My
man.
God. If somebody
horrible.
thought about calling me, I got kicked offline.
THC, you might want to turn your camera off because I think your bandwidth is a bit bad. And would you repeat what you said? Because you were cutting in and out and we didn't hear you.
Has anybody seen that video? There was some footage taken about the sun dancing in front of the boat down at the Arctic, and at the sun rising, it actually skipped across the sky. The reason I put it up, yeah, quite interesting.
I actually saw that over at FPV Angels actually.
I'm gonna turn that sucker down. I don't know what the fuck is going on there, man. Just hang on.
Turn the vibrate off.
There.
Turn vibrate off, man. Save some battery.
Yep, sorry about that.
It's
That
all
should be
good.
that should be better.
Yeah, you sound well better now. What did you
Yeah,
do?
sorry guys. Well, mate, I just shit or get off the potty, eh?
That's cool.
Yeah, but yeah, guys, just I just got some headphones I just plugged in, but sorry about that. But hey,
Yeah.
there was a great video about that sun actually dancing across the sky. Quite interesting.
Do you remember what it's called?
Um,
Or do you remember who uploaded it?
someone actually put it on the Skype. I'm on a chat with all these guys on Skype, and they actually loaded it in there. It was actually brilliant. So I can probably pull it.
I'm in that group too. Did they? It's already loaded because I thought FPV said that they were working on it and would have a whole bunch out this weekend.
Yeah.
Oh no,
yeah,
man!
I thought
I'm serious. It's good. I'd go and watch it right now. Actually, it's brilliant. It's going to make you think about how the sun is, because I'm seeing some really strange shit because I've been tracking this thing for 3 months now, and I'm seeing some, mate. Well, I don't know what I'm seeing actually. So I have a lot of questions.
Now that is one of the most honest things I've heard, like in the community. Is I don't know what I've been doing this for months. I don't know what I'm seeing. Like, that's honesty.
Yeah. No, man, I'm serious, dude. I'm showing my kids. I'm trying to work it out. I had the sun 60 degrees east of the moon. The moon's in a toenail. And explain that, man. I watched that from sunrise to sunset. Actually, I didn't watch it to sunset because they brought in the planes from 1 o'clock onwards. So when it hit about 4:50, going on to 5 o'clock, the moon disappeared. They hit it, man. They hit it from the chemtrails. I was so annoyed. But anyway, here's what it is.
Yep, that's how they roll.
Yep. But
FPV made me aware of this early morning, 10 minutes before sunrise, and then watch it throughout that time period. Stuff that he said's going on. So I'm going to start tracking it and filming it with the P900 starting tomorrow morning. See if I can see it from where I'm at. I can just put my camera right in the window and just walk away.
Jibby.
Like, it'll do everything.
Jibby, load it right up, man. Don't even waste any time editing. Just put it straight up, bud. Put it out there.
I got to put a Star Wars soundtrack on it.
Actually, got to put the Star Wars. But yeah, it's really interesting. But what I'm doing is I'm going to pick up one of our 14,000 mountains out here. So we're going to probably go to the base where it's about, I think it's about, is it 7, 8? Anyway, we're going to go there and we're going to watch the rise and fall and see what happens, because I don't know, mate. I think there's a lot happening up there. There's some movement.
Well, we got the ground figured out. It's flat.
It's definitely flat.
Okay, now it's time to work our way up. So I guess I kind of wanted to hit the walls first, but if we can get the ceiling and the floor, we could probably figure out what the walls are. So either way.
Yeah.
As long as we're moving forward.
Yeah, as long as we're moving forward.
Get the ceiling, mate.
Mm-hmm.
If we can't physically get to whatever we're trying to measure, or we're just not gonna know.
Well, we can see what direction the disco ball's going in.
Absolutely. I need someone 100 miles from me, and so I can do a live chat with them and document the sun between me and him, because this is where we can start really scaling it.
But you've got all refraction and different temperature, and the different temperatures within the air densities and all that to factor in as well, mate.
Yeah.
There's too much.
Absolutely.
There's too much to factor in to know for sure. We can all guess and speculate, but we're never going to know.
I think we can at least prove NASA incorrect.
They proved themselves incorrect.
Right.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's just everything that they're proven. Like, my solar noon is nearly 35 minutes before they say it is. I'm just waiting for them to change the times. I just can't believe it, mate. These guys are so fucking stupid. It's bogus, mate. These guys are so fucking stupid. I mean, I've never seen nothing like it. I've been asleep for so long, and to actually have my sweet darling wife tell me for the last 2 years what's been going on, I just love, whatever. And then for the last for the last 3 months, I got kicked off the fence, mate, and I fell on my head, and here I am. I'm just like, what the heck? This is bogus. Because I've never really paid attention to it. But when you focus on it,
That's the problem.
that's it. I've been so busy. I've been not busy really checking into it. They've kept me fucking so busy.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway.
That's a good point. That's a great point, actually, because so many of us were, and I am guilty of the same thing. I was
paying attention to it though. I was calling out NASA fakery since the 90s once I was made aware, and nobody listens to you until you get enough voices together, and then it doesn't go away for a certain amount of time. That's when most people finally give it some attention. But you're the only voice crying out something that screams in the face of what everybody believes is a fact. 99% don't listen to you, and then you get shamed and ridiculed and kicked around. You do that long enough, most people give up and quit, and they take what they need to break. But the brain keeps going, at least for me. Like I can't stay away until it's resolved.
Yeah.
I can't wait to get away, man. I'm serious. You think I'm joking? I'm not.
I know.
At the moment, I can't. But when the opportunity's right, I'm gone.
Yeah.
Maybe by the end of this year or beginning next year, I don't know. But as soon as the time's right, I'm gone, man. I've had enough. I'm content enough.
I'm gonna book a flight onto one of those other continents that they say are out there. I'm like, all right, I'm going. I'm gonna go find Amelia Earhart somewhere. I'll see you guys later.
You better bring a boat with some lumber supplies. You're gonna rebuild a house somewhere. We're gonna go to naked continents. We're gonna have to bring shopping malls with us or something. I don't know.
Right. Well, that's a good thing too. But you know what? I'm excited about. I have a 3-year-old, a 2-year-old, a 3-year-old, and a 6-year-old, and they don't know they live on around Earth, so they have never been exposed to it. So no, they haven't. No, absolutely not. Their mum was way smarter than me, mate. So you look at these kids, mate. They're just it's a little different. Let's put it that way.
That's a good thing.
They're questions because they don't come forth saying they know anything. It's just that they view things a little different. So instead of going out saying, "Hey, you're an idiot. You think you're on a globe. No, we're not on a flat." They don't say anything. They just, it's really interesting but they view things a little different. It's quite interesting to watch because I've been indoctrinated for, you could say 47 years. It's a long time.
Mm-hmm.
Long time, mate. Long time.
Yeah, I have too, and I just looked, and I was at first I was kind of embarrassed that I didn't say anything for a couple of months. Take this. For a couple of months, I didn't say a damn thing, and then I kind of met, and hung around with different channels and things like that. That's where I met Jay, and obviously THC met you, Gav, and Felix is in here. Hey, Felix, I see you in here. I didn't mean to not to acknowledge you. And different people, Hillbilly, the list goes on and on and on and on. And we know who all these people are. And once you start to, have a conversation and talk about different things, and hey, what'd you find out about this? What'd you find out about that? It's actually pretty cool. I enjoy it. I love the open chats. I love the live chats and everything else.
The story gets better every time you say it, Larry.
Thank you, Jay.
Hey, but you know what? I think it's got some substance to it because when you really think about it, you really can engage somebody, and you're free. If you're in a good chat, which I'm so glad to meet you guys without hearing some of the crazy experiences people have had, because I haven't had that experience. I probably have had just a pretty easy going up to meeting you guys in the last 3 months because my sweetheart was already there 2 years ago. So she sort of like cushioned the fall. You could only put it cushioning the fall. And then meeting you guys, and I think Dal was the first channel that I watched. Then it was Karen. Karen was the one that actually, she kicked my ass off the fence, mate. That video, I don't know if anybody has seen it, but there's a lady called Karen B.
Yeah, I think ODD has been streaming it today.
Oh, holy shit, today. Mate. I was sitting on the fence, and you know when you try and fight to keep an argument alive?
Yep.
I was there, mate. And you know, like, you know, listening to Dal, it's like a bloke to a bloke. Yeah, mate, it's like, yeah, whatever. But then you listen to what she says, and I tell you what, man, she hits it out of the park. I mean, she kicked me off that fence so hard, mate. It's you have to be such a stupid idiot not to figure it out after watching that. I'm sorry to say it.
Or an ignorant moron.
Oh, absolutely, mate. You can't get it any more clearer, mate.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, there you go. So I promote that, and because it just, mate, I could not keep that bullshit alive anymore. That's it. End of story. Anyway, here we are. It's all good.
Yeah, exactly. I think we've all had those moments where you get to a point where you're on the fence, and then all of a sudden you're like, uh-oh. and you come down on one side or the other, and boy, I'm glad to be on this side. I can tell you that right now.
Oh, absolutely. God, what a bloody lie. And then it opens up all the other can of worms, you know, like NASA. I mean, God damn it, man. I mean, you got to laugh. I'm thinking I'm the blockhead because I've been watching some of this and I didn't pick it up. So there you go. The shrouds are being pulled over your eyes. It's really interesting how the brain works. That's all I can say. It's amazing.
It's interesting to see how the brain doesn't work too.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, Jibby, absolutely. Brain doesn't work. Yeah, switched off.
Yeah. I'm glad to be woken up. I mean, for me, it's like, okay, here we go. Okay, come on. What you got next? Let's go.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting.
You want to go one step at a time in this, Larry, because eventually you're going to come to a point where you want to see something really scary, and then
that's it, man. You got it, Jibby. You nailed it. That's true.
No, I've already seen something really scary. It's a picture of my ex-wife that I found in a drawer the other day, and it was like.
Enjoy these days while they last. As bad as you think it is, like, enjoy these good old days, because the closer we get, the more they'll clamp down, the more they'll go to contingency plans, whatnot. Plus, who knows what's happening in the sky? And you know, we're on it though. But
that's it, mate. But you know what? It's the excitement that I'm having with my children because they don't know. So I have gone into this now. I now know nothing. I do not, everything that I've heard, I don't bring to the table on what I teach my children. So I'm rediscovering myself, mate. And do you know how exciting that is? That's why I'm saying everybody out there that's doing this, I don't know how you can be bored with this.
Oh, you're articulating it very well, because that's how I feel too.
But I see my children and I watch their eyes. And they go, but Daddy, and this is a 3-year-old child, actually 3 year, 5 months. And she says, but if the sun is there and the moon is there and it's only showing that much, where's the rest of it? And I thought, wow, where's the rest of it?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, she just said it right there. Where's the rest of it? They're both in the same sky in the middle of daylight, and I videotaped it, and you can hear in the background, and I'm thinking, this is crazy. I've been fed such a lie. I have a 3.5-year-old girl that says, where's the rest of the moon with the sun out? because she sees reflection of light when you hit something. It shows everything. I mean, anyway, so
artist renditions show like space lit up like a dark bedroom with a light. It's lighting up not just objects it's reflecting off of. It's also light illuminating the darkness.
yeah,
But what we're seeing up there is just a light, and only things that the light allegedly is being reflected off of, but not the room itself, because we have air molecules and whatnot lighting, so we can see that. We're not supposed to see that up there, but artist renditions, there's so much confusion out there, especially when they do eclipse drawings, and they always have the sun and then the moon and the earth, and they're not to scale in any way whatsoever, but they draw the lines showing how this shadow acts upon. So if you're not even drawing anything close to scale, why are your little lines? I don't know. It never works out right. And I never see the moon go into total darkness during any full lunar eclipse. So there's light wrapping around the earth, and you can see the surface of the moon throughout the entire eclipse. It never goes completely black. So what's lighting it?
No.
There's the umbra and the penumbra. Is it all penumbra? Is it supposed to be an umbra, and that's supposed to, shut out all light? But if I can see it from Earth at night, so it's not Earth shine, they can't say that. I don't know.
It's got me buggered.
Yeah. It'll keep you awake for a couple of
it is
years.
what it is, and it does what it does, and I'm content with that. I know we'll
do
never
what it
know.
do.
We can speculate till the cars come home, and none of us will be any closer to any answers. That's why I'm content.
Well, that's it. But there's some people more inquisitive. I was one of those children that I
was at first. I've been in this 2 years now. I was at first, but now I guess the realization kicks in where you kind of know what you know, and the rest is pure and utter speculation that we'll never get answers to. But I understand what you mean, because everyone thinks in different ways. I'm an Aries, I'm pretty simple. So,
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, you know what, mate? I need to fucking know. Now I know I've been bullshitted too.
Mate, you know what?
Mate, you know what? You have caused a real disturbance in who I am. It's just I can't fucking sleep because
I was like that at first. That's why I say, how long have you been in this?
Well, how long have I been in this? Probably I am with a sweetheart that's been in this for a lot longer than I have. Like she was telling me 2 years ago, actually a little more than 2 years ago, that, hey, Anthony, you're not living on a round ball. Okay, you're fucking crazy, love. You're fucking nutty. And she says, well, mate, you can be crazy if you want, but we live on a flat earth. And that's it. Every night in my house she'd be talking to people like you about where we live. And I let her be, but she let me be. That's the great thing, mate. She didn't tell me I was a dickhead. She let me be. And mate, she let me, he has his way, I have my way, but that's it. We got great kids, mate. And that's it. Hey, but I think that's what we have to be is I think not smacking them over the head. And just like, if you don't get it now, mate, look, if you just plant that seed, I think you're done, mate, because you've got to be a fucking idiot when that seed is planted. If you do not get it, I just can't figure that out. If you don't really come to it within, I'm probably long 2 years, but anyway, I don't know. It's pretty simple, mate.
So how long have you been in it then?
Well,
still didn't answer the question.
That's great. Yeah, 3 months. I'd say 3 months. Hey.
Okay.
But see, when you look at, but see,
3 months to stop waking up in the night questioning myself about, am I right? Is it flat? Is it a globe? After the 3 months, I knew it was flat. But I can completely understand what you're going through, and it's intense, man. Are you waking up in the night?
It's intense. Hey, but you know what? I have a lab. So everything that you see on video, I do in my lab.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah.
Yeah,
test
see.
everything.
Oh, you fucking bet, mate. And you know, my kids see this. See,
They're
yeah.
learning from you as well. And they're
Oh,
obviously in the process.
absolutely. Look, I'm telling you, man,
Yeah,
they're
I love
bogus.
it.
You know what? You cannot do anything in a vacuum. I take it past the negative too. You know, I'm
Yeah.
past the 2995 Higgs, mate. You know, I take you cannot combust. There's nothing in there. When you take a field, a vacuum, when you deplete that vacuum, that's in your if for layman terms, you're taking out, just say if there's 10,000 particles of sand. When I take a full down suck on a vacuum, I am depleting those little grains of sand.
Mm-hmm.
It's the environment. There's no environment to make anything do anything. I don't know how to make it any more simple. I am not educated by, actually I'm educated by very smart people, but I have not gone through the blockhead mentality of college or university, but I've been taught by PhDs because I have an inquisitive mind. And I know that it's all bogus. You cannot do anything in a vacuum. It is so bogus. Seeing what they're doing in a vacuum is an absolute lie. And there's going to be some interesting videos coming out. That's all. I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, I agree.
They're lied, mate. They're big time liars.
What do you think, Larry?
I can't wait for the videos. It's actually I'm just sitting back listening. It's actually some good stuff. I know FPV actually has one coming out also with the sun, almost like a double sun coming up on sunrise and sunset. And we were chatting earlier, because he's got some really good video. And if anybody doesn't know FPV Angel's channel, check it out. It's more of a live stream music video, 24/7. He's got some really good drone footage. I mean, really, really good. I mean, really good drone footage. And I believe that's how he's going to actually film it, if you will, whatever you want to call it. And then post it up. I think it's going to be ready this weekend. I'm not sure, FPV, if you're out there, watching or something, he might be. And it'll be available this weekend. FPV in caps, and then Angel, capital A and NGEL. Good channel to go to, and it should be up this weekend.
Yeah, I'm going to give him some of my Peanut 100 stuff if I catch anything.
Yes. Good.
Great, Chibi.
Yeah. Yeah, he's good. Jay, actually, aren't you supposed to head up to the mountains pretty soon, or what's going on with that?
Yep, in exactly 1 month, I'll be on top of Mount Washington. I'll either be by myself or I'll be with a couple of flat earthers.
Oh, cool.
But you'll always be with flat earthers, mate. They just don't know it.
I'm talking about, like, yeah, you know what I mean.
I know what you're
aware of their environment, earthers.
You know what? Yeah, that was good, man. That was touche on Jimmy. I should have got that one first.
Yeah, look, I tell you what, Larry, I like this guy's straightforwardness. It's a pleasure. It's to really hear him just straight on, man. You sound like my old man. It's just like it's just the way it is. It's shit or get off the potty. It's that's it, black or white, mate. I like it. I like the way you say it, mate.
Well, I appreciate that. I appreciate that because I just say it how it is. However it comes out, it just comes out. I have no filter.
Larry, that's dirty. Oh, you're talking. All right, never mind.
I have no filter, and I think not only Jimmy can attest to that. I believe at this point, Gav can attest to that.
But Larry, I love you too, mate. But I'm talking about the other fucking bloke.
Oh,
which bloke?
Who? What?
Yeah, the fucking Englishman.
Oh, me.
You know? Yeah. Hey, but No. But I love you all. You know, fucking Larry knows. You know, like two peas in a pod. But I'm telling the English bugger there that look. You know
My name's
what?
Gav. I'm Gav.
Gav,
Gav. Yeah, man. Yeah.
I love your fucking humor, mate. You know, I love it because
Good.
no, I love it because you know what? My whole family's that. You know, I got my mum from Manchester. I got a lot of family over. They're just sweet people, but I just love your fucking humor, and it's clean, and it's just, hey, mate, it's just the way it is. You know, this is my block, and that's your block. But when you're coming on my block, it's my fucking block, and I understand it, brother, and I really like that, and that's the way it should be.
Exactly.
Yeah, absolutely, brother. Absolutely.
Is that short for gavity? I don't believe in gravity, but I believe in gavity.
Oh, gravity.
Waves. Come surf on my gravitational waves.
I'd love you down in Hawaii, mate.
Oh, Larry, what you like, man?
Oh man, that's too funny. I do enjoy the panel, the chats, everything, and a lot of good people. For me, it actually is some place to kind of get out what's on your mind. Like-minded people. I've said this before. Jay, don't interrupt me, which he's going to in about 2 seconds. I know he's going to. He always does this. It's like the Jimmy and Larry show sometimes, and I just enjoy it thoroughly. I love the conversation. Love all the content.
Crickets.
Yeah, thanks, Brian.
We upgraded to space crickets when Larry tried to pretend he was an astronaut. So.
Actually, that was a pretty funny bit when I put the helmet on. That was actually pretty funny. I couldn't stop laughing.
Crickets make a sound in space. You taught us something new.
No talkie.
Oh, we heard you for a sec there. Brian's playing with his mic. I added Zulu 1 and Candy as well, Larry, if they want to stop.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
I could add Sub Johnny if he wants to come in too. Or Zern Music. Helioskeptic maybe. I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
It's up to them. It's up to you, actually. Well, it's up to them. Larry will let anybody in his house.
Hey, look, it's an open forum, and everybody is welcome.
And that's the way it used to be, and that's the way it should be. And we're getting back to that now with old bullshit or whatever it is, OBS. We'll be using that now for the most part. You can get the thing going on Skype and then stream it through the OBS right onto YouTube, and it's unsnipeable.
I was actually on with Vinny. I think it was yesterday or the day before. I don't. The days run consecutive now, so I was on there with Vinny, and he was running it that way, and I was like, "Wow, that's pretty cool."
Yeah, I still have to learn it. I haven't gotten around to it.
Yeah, same here. Actually, there's and I'm not sure if she's still out there. It's actually Jen 8208, who is a truther, and I didn't realize because I introduced her to. It's a friend of Tommy Two Tones. Conspiracy. She's looking into different things, and I was over on ODDs, and she's like going to town and like ripping this guy a new what, and I'm like, Jen, is that you? Like how? I was like, what the heck's going on? And I messaged her privately, and she just thanked me for showing her some of these things and different channels. And the only channel I didn't show her was Jibby's because it has no content. He's just a Jimmy Jedi and that sort of thing. Anyway, she went on to the flat Earth thing, and actually, what she was writing was pretty cool. I was just sitting back in awe. I was like, holy crap.
That's fun. I'm looking in the chat for John. Is John not there anymore?
Sorry, I think I beat. Sorry about that, guys.
No, it's cool. Is Cat still out there? Sophia? Cats, are you still out there?
Is anybody in?
Who's getting talked at?
Sophia.
Cat's eyes.
Oh,
Yeah, I know they're there, but not saying anything.
Yeah, she may be over on FPV's. She's usually over on FPV's channel, so she might not be here.
yeah, I see it now that there was another hangout going on. I don't know if somebody changed their name, their channel name. Who's Wesley? Wesley and the Flat Earth News Talk.
Let's check FPV.
I think I know who Wesley is. I just don't know if the channel had another name or not.
Yeah, Wes. Yeah, okay.
I like seeing so many hangouts going at once. For one, the trolls are overwhelmed, and there's more people discussing it, and there's different kind of levels of groups of people that anybody can find their group that kind of resonates with them, and then maybe start getting on discussions or whatever, or just learning something new. I don't know, because something might be said in one hangout that is really good info that gets spread around to the others, and we all talk about it. It's usually how it works, like we were just doing. Hey, did you see that video with the dancing sun? Like, that's in one medium, and then we all talk about it, and then that gets talked about, and then it gets spread around. That's the way we do it.
Yeah, exactly.
It gets around. If there's any big videos out there, I always end up hearing about it on Skype or something throughout that day. And then, we're all keeping each other informed. Like, I don't know what else we can do.
Yeah. What goes around comes around, bro.
Yeah.
Well, we just we all just go check it out. I mean, check out the video or take a few minutes, and when we have time or something, everybody's got regular things going on too.
Sorry, shirtless. One sec. There's the link now in your hangout chat.
Oh, Shirtless has been on a roll today.
I might be able to add him directly. I don't know.
I think I can add him directly if you don't have him in your thing. I've been on chats with him, so he should come up for me.
Yeah, if you guys, as we say here where I'm from, if you guys vouch for him, it's not a problem. So go ahead and add.
Yeah, he's cool, man. He's cool.
He hangs out with Flat Out Elected too.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah, he's live as well now, isn't he?
Flat Out Elected? No.
Flat Out Scared is
yeah, it's that other one. Let me see.
Wait, that's Dred's channel, right? Is Dred live now?
Dude, Antonio uploaded his comedy club thing.
Yeah, I don't know what
Have you seen it?
No, I haven't seen it. Don't play it here because they'll give me a copyright strike.
Will he? It's 2 minutes long. I guess he didn't last the 5 minutes.
Actually, hey Jay, you know what? Send Antonio a quick message and see if he'll let us play it without a strike. And if he says cool, go ahead and go for it, man. Play it.
I don't know. I really don't think he'd strike you, Larry. I mean, if he did, he would have a shitstorm on his hands from us. But I don't know. I don't know if he's monetizing. So I know what you mean. But he wouldn't do it because he's like that. And I don't know. It's not correct thing to do etiquette wise to do that without their permission. But
yeah, exactly. If you want to send him a quick and again
I'm doing it right now.
All right, he's on it.
Yeah, that's cool. If you want to, and Antonio says no problem, man. go ahead and stream it live. It'll be pretty funny.
Yeah, it's only 2 minutes. I'll get it ready to go. You'll have to give me controls.
You have.
Yeah, I won't be able to play it, so yeah, you can do it. I'm just waiting for a reply now.
Hold on, Jay. Jay, you have controls, I think.
I'll tell you in a sec
Yeah.
if I do.
Yep.
Yes.
Hopefully he's still awake.
Yeah, that's 5 hours ahead there. 11, 12, 1, 2, 3. It's 3:20 there.
Yeah, that's right. I should be in bed, man. No way.
I'll mute and give it a review.
I can't imagine. What's the comedy of?
You going to sleep, Gav?
No, not yet, man.
Not yet. Hey, what's the time over there again? So you're what, about 3 o'clock now?
3:22 a.m.
Jesus Christ, mate. So where are you? What you're like north? What you're like Lancashire or Manchester?
Northwest England, on the coast, town called Southport. I'm not shy about where I live, mate.
What's your winter like? Yeah, winter's pretty full on there, huh?
Winter is stay inside.
That says a lot. Same here, mate. Yeah, it says a lot. That's it. Yeah.
Hibernate, mate. That's winter.
Yeah, freeze your titties off, mate. Freeze your titties off. You just get the hot water bottle out, mate, and stick it in your bed.
Yeah, I did, mate. I did. Yeah, damn right. But I feel the cold more than anyone else.
Hey, mate, I'm not ashamed of it, mate. I'm not ashamed of it. That's it. It is what it is.
This saves money as well, man.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. I'm not stupid.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, no, my mum always put a bottle in my bed, mate.
we live and learn, mate. You know, that's what it's all about.
Yeah. It's being smart, mate. You know, fuck, I would never have electric blanket, mate. You got to be a blockhead. Why would you want to radiate yourself on your bed?
Have that. No. I've never done that.
No. Yeah, common sense.
I used to have a heater on like one bar, like right in front of me, next to the computer monitor, so that it was just blasting me. But I'd still be in bed and I'd still be freezing. But a hot water bottle, man, it doesn't half warm you up, you know, better than a heater. Yeah, it's good. Still no reply from Antonio. Does somebody else want to try? Maybe he's ignoring me. I don't know why though.
That's okay. That's okay. We'll keep going. Keep carrying.
I'd just play it, man. He's not gonna strike you.
Oh yeah, I doubt that he would. Like Jay said, go ahead. If you want to play it, go for it.
I can't, so Jibby would have to do it.
Okay, yeah, Jay, if you want to go ahead and play it, go ahead and play it. Hey, shirtless flat earther, I've seen you on a couple channels. How you doing, man?
Doing all right. How you gentlemen doing?
I'm doing good.
Very
Nice
well,
to
thank
meet you.
Right, deja vu now, man.
I know, right? What has it been an hour?
Yeah, something like that.
That's cool.
I just want to report Antonio got frogged.
What?
What?
I mean, it's the same thing as getting the cane. Like you get ejected.
Oh,
they all have frogs or whatever, and I guess toy frogs or whatever. And if you get 3 frogs, like if people throw their frog at you, if you get hit with 3 frogs, you're out. I guess that's how they do the open mic. And plus, there's a couple of cuts in the video.
I'm gonna have a look.
Oh,
Must be because Antonio's brash with his words. I mean, he's just trying to be honest.
Well, he was, I guess, and then he got ripped by the host or whatever, the intro. He's like, man, that was making me sweat. Yeah. And they were asked, how did Antonio do? And the guy goes, felt like 4:45. Like, so he didn't even go that long, but Yeah. So he was just talking about like a Google search when you put in the Earth and how the autocomplete says is flat, and then he kind of expanded on that. So that was his routine.
THC, I like your stuff, man. Is he still on here? Yeah. THC, your stuff's really good. Got some good points.
THC, it looks like you're taking a leak. And we're standing behind you.
Brian. How you doing, mate? Brian's the one who introduced me to the Hangouts and all this.
Oh, no kidding.
I guess he's not right there, unless he doesn't know he's muted.
No. Actually, Brian's he's having if you may not see on the side, he's having a problem with the microphone, so he'll be joining soon. He'll be back.
All right. Yeah, I have I have like an hour and a half before I'm gonna meet a lovely lady, pick her up from work and stuff, and I was excited to see everyone was on right now.
Oh wow, we wait a second. Is this PIMP .2?
No, you just said like the magic words for Larry. You said lovely lady, and then
That's it.
you activated the Larry.
No, we get along real well. She's really nice. We start working together. Oh gosh, I better watch my words, huh?
And then now is she a flat earther?
No, but surprisingly,
Watch the video. Oh, go on, sorry.
yeah, she doesn't want to get into it, but she told her sister about the whole bit, and now her sister's a flat earther.
Oh wow, cool.
Oh,
Man, it freaks me out. You're like an American version of a friend that I've got over here. Like, you look like really the same. It's fucked up.
Are you talking
Yeah, I'm
about?
talking to you. Yeah, to you. Yeah.
Is he Scottish or Irish?
No, he's English. He's
Huh?
Scottish or Irish. No, he's English, man.
He must be a decent looking bloke.
Maybe he's your long lost cousin or something.
I got nothing.
You never know, right? I mean, Obama and Bush are related.
I'm trying to find a picture of him like on his own.
I'm pretty sure if you trace us all back, we're all related, which means incest happened at some point, and we're all inbreds.
Yeah, this has actually been proven. They've proven this genetically that if you go back, they go back to about 2900 BC, 3000 BC, to about 8 people. This was all scientifical, nothing to do with the Bible or what the ancient Chinese believed or anything like that. Boom.
Sounds like the Matrix ending. You know, you get a certain amount of humans to restart civilization after the rest are wiped out. They all have to trace back, I guess. So.
Right. Time is cyclical.
Well, I'm cyclical of time. Like, it's just taking forever for this shit to come out.
Actually, that's pretty bad. You're like you're one of the 8 people that start out, and you're like, hey, what are you doing Tuesday? You know?
Oh gosh, that is horrible. Thinking of some of my cousins. Yeah.
No, I can't. No. I definitely understand the concept. It's not that I'm not making fun of the concept. I totally get it. I'm just kind of throwing a little.
And they also surmised that genetically they didn't become corrupted to where, like, you couldn't have sex with your first sister. You know what I'm saying? But you could have sex with and it wouldn't be as bad until about the time of the Babylon ordeal, when everyone came together. That's about when you weren't supposed to do it anymore. For some reason, there was a weird genetic tick.
Oh, so that's where we have all the people that ride the short bus, like myself and Jibby.
I drive it.
See that
Just about to say somebody's driving it.
I drive it to drink. I drive everybody in it to drink. Let's go, folks.
FEA, that's creepy. He does look like me, or I do look like him. How old is he?
Helps that shit, man.
Wow. Yeah, Gab, that's like a spitting image. What the
It's
heck?
crazy, that, isn't it?
Poor. I'm everywhere. Don't
You ever
underestimate.
see the movie
No,
The
Gab just did a
Arrival?
little bit of CGI there. It's okay.
No, man. it's
Yeah,
Oh, hey,
Arrival,
Brian.
that was interesting.
Yeah, Brian joined in. Hey, Brian.
Okay. Go ahead, Jimmy. Sorry.
No, I'm just saying The Arrival, where there's like a clone of somebody in another country, and yeah.
Oh yeah. It's Doppel.
I thought I'd
It's
share that
Duple.
anyway.
It's Duple.
You're welcome.
Dingleganger?
Yeah. DOUP.
What's going on, Brian? How have you been?
Not too bad. Could be better. Could be worse.
That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, where you been hiding, Brian?
Nobody will ever know.
Brian's been having mic problems for a year and a half now. He's working.
Right.
That's his excuse.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Testing. Testing.
Whenever I use, it's getting to the point where with Google, and it's only with Google, whenever I use a certain USB mic, and it's my good one, it works with everything else, but Google has trouble, period. I don't know.
Sounds like it's some setting in Chrome.
Yeah, yeah.
Have you talked to Crow, Brian?
I've been trying.
All right. Well, he sent me a message today, and I caught it like an hour later or whatever. So we didn't talk live or anything, but I don't know. I think you need to talk to him because he needs some reassurance from you.
Okay.
And he's really like nervous about his car after its recent like needing repairs and whatnot.
Yeah.
We have a little kind of semi plan in the works that Brian and Mr. the Scarecrow will be joining me on Mount Washington next month.
Yep.
Oh, nice.
We hope that, you know,
Actually,
I'm
instead
going.
of coming from Michigan, I'm going to be coming from Vegas. I'll be in Vegas. I'm moving to Vegas.
Okay, you're driving from Vegas?
Yeah, well, if me and Crow still do it, I'm going to be setting it up to where I move first, come back here, take care of the other stuff, and then leave with Crow. And then from there, we'll figure it out.
Oh, like, so you'll kind of like pack up the remaining stuff and then head in the wrong direction and then go back.
Yeah, exactly. I'll leave it here, and then when we come back through, I'll take off.
Yeah. Hey, whatever works.
Why would you want to meet with Jimmy? That doesn't make any sense.
Well, they're going to pretty much dox me. They're just going to come here. This is his house. These are all his pictures in his photo album. We took
That's the plan. Oh, shit. Right.
You fooling a Jedi. I already
got
got all
my
that
duct
stuff
tape.
hidden.
Well, the funny thing is, we several of us each have our each other's address, so it doesn't make any sense. It's like, why docs? Just ask me a question.
Right.
The only one that's got my address is Paula. I trust the woman of God to protect it with her life.
Well, that's who I got it
Actually,
from. That's funny. I'm just kidding.
Damn it.
I think Paul
Actually, Jay, I beg to differ. I actually have your address as well.
Did I thought I didn't.
Yeah,
I thought
you
that
did.
was I thought I threw that away when I was drunk. I didn't know I mailed it.
No, you threw it away to us.
No, I sent him a membership to the Boston Bathhouse.
Yeah, right.
As like a
Glory
50th birthday
holes.
gift. Anytime he's in Boston, he can flash his membership card with the big hunk, flexing his muscles. He gets right
What's
in.
this hole for, Pop?
I'm sorry. How do I unfold this? What kind of map is this?
Origami.
Origami.
Boy, there's a lot of baby oil in here.
Right. Get a lot of paper cuts that way.
This conversation is really strange.
It does.
Check
Real quick.
It's kind of like a 24/7,
Check, please.
365 roast at Larry.
Exit stage left.
Like Comedy Central wasn't cutting it, so we just do it 24/7 with Larry. It's roasting him.
Exactly.
Perpetual roast. It's roast in perpetuity, as they would say.
We're not laughing with you. We're laughing at you.
It's the best type of laughter, man. If you can't laugh at yourself and you can't accept
Exactly. We can't laugh at you. Yeah, exactly.
Jokes, man. I crack myself up all the time. I love it.
Yeah, keeps yourself humble too. And nobody can rip on me better than I can.
Yeah, exactly.
Give us a little. Give us a little bit.
Actually, let me jump. Let me jump in a second because I'm kind of reading chat. Gab, everything cool out there?
Yeah, everything's sweet, man.
Yeah, it's just flying up like crazy, Larry. It's like
it's a
madhouse in there.
We want to put a governor on that, please.
Like, I think it still says, "Hey guys, you just started up," and that's like still where you don't have to scroll up.
Actually, yeah.
That guy that said I'm first, and that's the only one that's there. 3 hours ago.
I still see the guy that said first.
Right. That was Larry.
You gonna ask us or something?
You know, it's so nice to have friends. It's so nice to have friends. Thank you, guys. Screw you guys. I'm going home.
I think we all got our meds in tonight.
Does cannabis count?
That's what. Yeah, exactly.
That's the best form of medicine.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Larry, you got to get on the short cannabis, like with the rest of us.
I don't know.
I
You're
like
driving
short cannabis with the rest of us. I like that.
short bus, Jimmy. I mean, come on. When are we going to stop? We got to take a leak.
At least he's not riding in it.
No, I'm on the roof.
Right.
Come to Washington. Come to Washington. You can grow as much hemp as you want. You can buy 5 acres here and grow 5 acres of hemp on your property. So you can make all your clothing out of the hemp, sell your rope, and smoke the top bud.
I think they're going to make it national pretty soon.
Hope so. I really hope
We're
so.
already to 5 or 6 states now to have it legal. 6 maybe.
Yep. Yeah, it's coming. It's coming.
Well, it's really dumb how they illegalized it back in the early 1900s. They would say things like, oh, the Mexicans will be too lazy if they smoke marijuana, blah, blah, blah. They even made the word marijuana up to put it down. Scientists said it would give you psychological problems, but then you can go get heroin legally, no problem.
It should be decriminalized, not medically legal.
It shouldn't even have the name legal to it because then you're under a legal system with it. It should just be, anything like orange juice or whatever. Well, even that's regulated by like the FDA. So I don't even think there's anything we can even consume that isn't regulated by an agency.
No, water is even regulated. So there,
Right. Policemen in Florida, when they would catch me smoking weed or whatever, they would just be like, look, we're not going to do anything. Just do it at home. Don't do it out in the open.
Take it elsewhere.
Yeah, it'll become an etiquette thing. Like you don't sit there, stand on the sidewalk chugging whiskey, and then
you don't smoke a blunt.
Smashing a bottle. I mean, unless you live in my old town, you don't do that. I've been so wrecked. There's been times I've walked out of the bar with a beer in my coat, and just a cop drives by, and I pull the beer out and salute the cop, and he just looks at me and shakes his head and keeps driving. Like,
right.
Disappointed.
That's too much trouble.
Yeah, exactly. He's like, I can't do this shit tonight. He just keeps
He'll give you a ride home.
At least you were honest, right? At least you were honest.
Yeah, he tipped him.
He gave him the bottle cap.
Right, you give him that tip, that nod.
Or the patrolman asked you, do you know why I stopped you? Because you're lost and you need directions? How can I help?
I was luckily walking to a friend's house who lived 2 blocks away, so I was like, I'm taking my beer because it's like last call, and then I still had like most of a beer left, so I'm like, I'm not wasting this. I'm just put it in my coat pocket.
You order 6 more.
A friend's house. And Jay always makes fun of me for being from New Jersey. I'm going to a
My
friend's.
friend had a cherry spot. He had an apartment like 2 blocks away from this particular bar. And then you go from this bar to another one that would close at 2 because this one would close at 1. And he lived a block away from that bar. So I think we were just on our way to that other bar. So you're just going to keep drinking going. And then you go to that one for last call. And then,
Yeah, on the way home, Jimmy, you get pulled over. You roll on your window. Yeah, what do you need, officer?
you could easily get run. There were people. The people start jumping curbs at about like 2:15 in the morning there, and there's fences going down, and you gotta
help you out.
It gets bad because there's a lot of young kids, and they're just out of control. Like so.
Have you ever been pulled and asked the copper for a bottle opener?
All right.
Did you see that DUI video where the guy is like he's swaying back and forth, so the cop gives him the breathalyzer and he grabs it and tries to take a sip out of it?
Yeah, I've seen that.
The cop's cracking up.
It's some old guy, that isn't it?
Yeah, it was the old guy.
Yeah.
And the cop couldn't stop laughing.
Oh shit, man! Alcohol has got a lot to answer for.
Yeah, but most of us wouldn't be here without it.
I had to quit alcohol. It's like a light switch. If I start drinking, I have to drink all day, every day.
Yeah, I binge drink. I can't like continually drink. Like if I have a bottle, it's like, man, I gotta keep drinking until it's done.
Why isn't this thing empty?
Yeah, because then I'm.
Last time I was drunk was over 4 years ago. Put it that way.
Were you drunk for 4 years? Or are you saying 4 years ago?
No, I was drunk for years and years and years before that, mate. Oh,
right.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat.
Yeah, I have a couple
Thinking.
recently, now and again, but I've not been drunk. Just merry.
Yep. Mary.
Yeah, I got a little Mary on somebody's channel. Not that long ago.
Stop now. Just stop.
But I had a good joke. I was like, how does bacon and eggs work on a flat Earth? Same way it does on a ball Earth, except you feel better about it. Like, I don't know. I was just really.
Tell me how it works on a globe.
Trailer park.
The dodo will tell you. Wake me up before a dodo.
Every now and then it's good to let loose, like they said in Train Spotting. Man's gotta let loose every now and then,
Yeah.
Does a man good. I don't know. Sometimes I need to unwind.
Yeah. And you let loose too often.
I'm down to like once a month.
Give me a break, dude.
Once a month is a Sahara desert from what I used to be.
What? That's good.
Once a month drinking? Like that's 1 day a month. That's a lot better than I used to be.
Oh, it wasn't continuous. I'm sorry. I thought you meant like.
No, I took like 2-3 days off a week.
Because that's how I smoke.
No, I don't take any days off from smoking.
That's what I mean, yeah.
I feel that. I smoke too much.
No such thing.
No.
And the dosage is, you could overdose too much, like you smoke too much at once, but
The only thing you do is hurt your pocket.
Man, you need to smoke your whole body weight in, what is it, like within 5 minutes or something to overdose on weed. It's like a practical impossibility.
I've tried. It doesn't work.
Maybe you could do it with dabs, but it's all about tolerance, isn't it? The longer you smoke it,
Yeah.
it's impossible to overdose.
And it affects people differently. Like I can go to work high, no problem. Some people can't.
Oh, some people can't even drive. Like
When
for
you
like
overdose
an
on it,
hour
the
or
only
two
thing that
after
happens
they
is you get
smoke.
hungry. That's it.
Well, it's when it turns into hydroxy 11. When it turns into hydroxy 11 is when it has its 5-time THC or tetrahedron cannabinoid. When that is multiplied by milligrams by 5, that's why you see daisies or fairies. Yeah, no. You take 75 milligrams of a full melt and you go into a light deprivation tank for 2 hours. A light deprivation tank is it's like a 50-50 salt-filled tank, and you go in there.
I know what you're talking about. Okay.
Yeah, so and you take 75 milligrams of a full melt, meaning it's a full-fledged cannabinoid, meaning that it hasn't been stripped of anything.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and you'll have an experience you never forget.
That makes sense because you're floating the way you're floating in there. That makes sense.
Yeah. But just, people don't understand that because you've been lied to about the endocannabinoid system. Basically, it connects every nervous system. It's actually what runs your body, which, again, you've been lied to. You've been told about your nervous system and everything, your blood vessels, but they've never talked about the endocannabinoid system. So, again, excuse the French, you've been fucking lied to. And, I'm going to peel that fucking onion in about 6 or 8 weeks, and let's have some fun with that, because what we're living on in flat Earth is we've been lied more about what the body actually has a key lock exchange to nature, and you've been separated from that purposely, and they've spent hundreds and hundreds of trillions and billions of dollars to keep you away from this, and now they're trying to modify it to be just a high instead of the full-fledged body effect where you have your CBG, CBN. Well, your CBN is actually a deterioration oxidization, but you've got such chemicals very close together, CBN, and then you come into the CBC where it actually is great for burn victims. There's so much in this plant that can actually heal your ass, and they're trying to modify it. They're trying to make it like alcohol. Party. Let's party, baby.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, it's not happening on my watch, mate. I'm bringing back land race, and I'm creating medicine, which is now being introduced recreationally in the next 6 to 8 weeks. Yeah, I tell you what, when they smoke my stuff, they're going to think they've met God. So, it's because it really needs it. People don't understand. It's not just alcohol. It's not a recreational substance. It's needs to be treated with a bit of respect.
I guess there's going to be 2 people that will have my address then.
Because you got to understand how the cannabinoids work. There's a in America, I'm one of them. It's just keeping the full plant intact. So I unfold the plant. It's an old technique that the Chinese used to do, and then you refold the plant on itself. So you start with the roots all the way up through the tree, to the fan leaves, and then going through to the flower. And especially you can introduce the proteins from the seed if you seed it off. And then you fold it all back up and you make a full melt out of it. And then when you smoke it because I don't smoke my own oil, I smoke flower, but I do this for medicine. But it increases, let's put it this way. If you have a problem with you, it goes to the source. I don't know how it does it, but somehow it seeks it out. I don't know how it does it, but more research needs to be done. It's an interesting substance. The chemical has just baffled me. Because I've seen it with my own eyes. I've burnt myself 3 degree, and I had luckily enough, I had some CBD from a special plant with a high CBC count, and I put it on my 3 degree burn, and I wish I'd video recorded. But anyway, I got the belief. I got what the fuck is that? It didn't blister, and it perfectly had no scar. So I want to introduce this plant to the burn victims. So, this plant needs to be really researched. I've seen some miracles, man. So
shit, dude, we will support you any way we can, man. Spreading the word.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm telling you, it's going to be lots of fun. And I'm going to share with you guys. I'm not going to teach anything because I don't believe in teaching. I share. I want to love with you guys and what I found out about how to stop this person dying, because that's what happened to my wife. She fucking died because I never knew about cannabis. And yeah, I'm gonna tell you fucking everything about this plant, man. She's got a key and lock exchange to your entire system. They're fucking lied. You have about 1,500 species of cannabis and hemp sativa throughout the flat plain. This thing, the reason it grows in different regions, because different regions produce different enzymes and bacteria, if you want to call it, where you grow things like skin cancer or what may be, or lung disease, or it's your environment.
I noticed
cannabis. Yeah.
Go ahead. I was just going to say, I noticed that sometimes the oils and stuff like that, we've used it for numbing the mouth, toothaches, stuff like that. It actually works sometimes when it's potent.
Yeah, absolutely.
Resin, like the resin side, yeah.
Yeah, well, basically, when you look at how cannabis works, when it dampers those connections, because when you look at taking an opiate works on the lower cerebellum, or the lower brain stem. So it's anesthetized. That's why when you overdose on an opiate, it stops your lung, your heart. It is so bad what they're doing to our people. It's so bad. Look, the only way you're going to die from cannabis, and I've proven this, and I'll share with you funny stories, not tonight, but other times, but you cannot die from cannabis. I tell you that. I am living proof. Right. The only way you'll die from cannabis is if a 1-ton bale fell out of a fucking plane and hit you one of a 10 right. out of a plane. It fell on your head. It broke your neck. That's the only way you're going to die, guys. Your body just purges it. You got to understand the reason it keeps on cannabinoids, well, the tetrahedral cannabinoid for 30 days, is because it's keeping it for a reason. Because it's waiting for the next 30 days if you crop up with some sort of illness. And then what it's doing, it now reorganizes your immune system to attack that problem.
Can you get this kind of benefit from frequent smoking of it?
Oh, okay, that's a great, Jibby, I love your mind, mate. Okay, so when you smoke it, you get about 15 to 25% of
because
the usability.
You're digesting it, correct?
No, when you're burning it. When you take it through a vape, through a smoke, like smoking it through a joint, which I do. I smoke joints. Well, but you only accept 15 to 25% of it. If you ingest it, it turns to hydroxy 11. Means it gets converted through the liver. So it increases its intensity psychoactively, well, being THC, not CBD. But what it does to the body, you're still only using 35% of the usability of cannabinoids. When you stick it up your ass, I know it sounds so bad, but you're using and manipulating of 75+% of the use of cannabinoids. That's why if you have prostate or you have erectile dysfunction, you need to stick at least 50 milligrams of THC up your ass. I'll say it again. If you have erectile dysfunction, you can stick at least 50 milligrams of THC up your ass and you won't even notice it.
Hey, Jimmy, you know where this is going to go, right? Flat Earth is now linked with
I would notice
drinking piss.
I'm going to notice that. I'll tell you that right now. I will notice something. I would notice
where somebody's going with that.
An ant's antenna up my ass. I would notice.
No,
okay. Well, it's funny enough. It's funny enough you say that, guys. Look, most of my medicine is with the suppository because you can do so much with it. Because
I'll do it, but I'm just saying I'll notice it.
Well, let's put it this way. I've taken 2 grams, and you may all laugh, but I laugh too. I've taken 2 grams up the arse because I need to understand what 2 grams of a full cannabinoid melt, what it's going to do to my patients. Because when you're giving this to 200 plus, we're not, because I need to be the rat here. Because if I'm going to make medicine for people, I need to know what they're going to experience. I need to multiply it by 10 in case they really mess up. So I have been, as you would say, my children has ridden a donkey for 2 days because I've been incapacitated for 2 days. I've tripped my ass off.
No, I'm just saying that now Flat Earth is going to be linked with drinking piss, sticking weed up your ass.
Oh, no.
I can't wait for the new song
Right, Larry?
on PMAR's channel where he'll make.
Well, they can do what they want. You know, when you have actually people dying of cancer, all that other stuff is whatever it is. But
Right.
see, this has been hidden from the public for 110 years. The Rockefeller started 1890, and you know what? I'm after these sons of bitches, mate. Hey, look, this is not squirt and piss up your backside, or I don't know what they're doing with urine, but this is cannabis. When you have an endocannabinoid system that's already in your body and mapped, which hasn't been told to your doctors that you go to for reassurance or pharmaceutical drugs, they don't even know. We need to start questioning those guys to help them. They're not evil. This is what I got to explain to people.
You're right. Cops and doctors need to be educated.
They're not. No, they're beautiful people, man. They want us to have separation and you to treat them badly. Don't. Look, you know what? It's not in their education of their 10 years of practice in the beginning. They've been educated by who? By the people who funded them. Who are they? They are Big Pharma. I'll say it again. Big Pharma funded your doctors.
Yeah, that's
End
for
of story.
sure. Speaking of random weird things, freaking Brian over here in the chat, he put emojis that shows a dude running and crapping at the same time. I haven't seen that since Jackass.
Look, I'm going to do videos for prostate cancer, and I am sticking up suppositories up my ass live on a Scottish skirt. I'm going to wear a kilt. No, serious, man. No. You know what? Because I'm sick of it, mate. I've lost 250 people. Mate, I tell you what, I'm sick of losing men to such a silly disease that can be fixed within 6 weeks. I'm sick of it. It's done.
No, I know. The way they lie to us. I know what you mean.
Man, It is so simple to fix, mate. I'm telling you, because you know what? They designed a bottle in 1983. This is what they don't tell you. In 1983, they came up with a bottle that holds water that has estrogen. At the 70 C degrees, estrogen from the plastic leaks into the water. Whoa, ho. Isn't that funny? When a male drinks that water, have a guess what he's drinking?
Oh my gosh, they'll turn into fruitcakes.
No, it goes to your prostate. It goes to your prostate. It does not like estrogen. That's why you get prostate cancer. Why do you fucking think we've been dying 20 years after 1983? These arseholes have planned this. It's because it makes money. And it's demoralizing our men. Because not only do you die, that on the way of dying, you cannot live as a man. It doesn't get up like normal men. It's sad to say. These are assholes. Their days are numbered. It's done. I've got smoothies and ways to fix this, and I want you to do it for yourself. And everybody that I'm speaking to tonight that is a man, especially over 40, you should be taking a dosage every day of a very small milligram. You can eat it. You can shove it up your backside. I don't give a fuck.
Can I just smoke it?
Yes. Well, I'm not sure about that. More study needs to be taken.
If I ever get to a bad point, then yeah, I'll go other
routes.
But
okay,
I'm kind of doing preventative maintenance every single day.
Well, rub it on your phallic. Because cannabis is great for the phallic, especially if you have a wife.
Hand, so I get it there at some point in the day.
Well, there you go. Look, I've made a lot of stuff. I've made a lot of stuff out of this material. And I tell you what, it's a miracle plant, and people need to investigate it, not listen to anything that I've said. I've only just shown this to myself and my family and 2,000 of people. It needs to be researched. That's all I can say. It needs to be researched.
You should make the video and be like, do you have prostate problems? Well, here's a cure. And then go into some gruesome scenery.
Whatever it takes, mate. I'm willing to make a fool of myself, and I'm absolutely going to make an absolute fool of myself to all those, whatever you call those people, trolls. But I'm willing to do it because you know what? It may save a life, mate. If I save a father, that means that son or daughter's going to grow up with the father. They're going to have grandchildren, and the father's going to see the grandchildren. It's going to play a big part in their life, because if we keep losing our fathers, we keep losing knowledge. If you lose knowledge, what do you end up with? You end up with fucking stupid people.
So
I'll say it
modern day
again.
society, yes.
You end up with fucking stupid people.
That was actually well said. That was well said.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah,
That was
you're
well
describing America. No offense. I mean, I am in America.
Yeah, well,
Yes,
mate.
same.
Yeah, mate.
We're infected with Americitis.
Yeah. Anyway, we're going to have lots of fun. That's all I can say. I'm pretty excited.
I know so many people who just come and gone from cancer
Yep.
and went the route, and I've seen it firsthand in my own family, and I'm pissed too. And
Yeah, same here, Jay.
the reason I'm in this is because of what they did to my family. They wouldn't have to deal with me if my family was still alive.
Jay, same here, and we've talked for many hours about this stuff, and yeah, same here.
Jibby, I'm 50 years old, mate. You know what? I swear to God, man, if you do this right, microdosing like about 2.5 milligrams to around about 7 milligrams daily of a wild cannabinoid that suits your genetics, you'll live to 120, mate. I'll say it again. If you find out what species works with your genetics, and you can do this, there are companies now doing this, working at your genetics to cannabinoid. And if you take this microdosingly, very small amounts, you won't even know the effect. You can, anyway, I'm going to say it, you'll live a very long time. Long time.
You're depressing me every time you said long. I'm like, oh no.
But you know what? With the longness, you can do more discovery.
Oh, all right. No, you're right, and I think as soon as we
and
get
that's
out
what
of
we need.
this, we have to end the system the way it is, because the system is preventing all of us from doing this. And if they're letting THC come out and all of this knowledge come out, they must have it trumped. They're not going to.
No, they've had it trumped since 1988. Who's that old bugger? I forget his name. George Soros. He's the one that invested. I'll let the bubble out. I know a lot of people are not going to like to hear what I'm about to say. Yes, the reason you have medical and recreational is because of George Soros.
George Soros is.
Yeah, it's going to piss.
That dude's a real a-hole.
Oh man. Yeah, look, but you know what? I got to try and bite on a lemon and make lemonade, mate. So you know what? That asshole has opened up a can of worms that I'm not going to let back in. I'm going to let everybody know for the next 40, 50 years on how good this plan is. And the most important thing, I'm talking about THC, and I don't support the recreational as much as a lot of people like I would. I support the raw units of that. That means raw juice. That means getting the plant and juicing it through a slow worm drive, meaning that the revolutions are 80 RPM or lower, so you're not heating the substance. When you take 2 ounces of that raw substance of cannabinoid from a hemp or cannabis would be better, and you sip that in the morning, I guarantee you do that for 30 days, and I would like you to write me an email.
I've actually had somebody, and this is not BS. It was somebody. It was about a year and a half ago, who stopped by and had some work done on my house and that sort of thing, and I can do it myself. And had him over, and he said he actually had the hemp. As they say, cooked down, which is what I believe THC is speaking about.
Yeah, they're removing the cannabinoid. Yeah. While they're decarboxylating.
And I think actually THC, we spoke about this before, and it changed my mind totally. He had said, the guy had the gentleman who actually bought it because it was illegal at the time. I bought it actually a few drops per day, cancer. After 6 months, it was gone. It was gone. And the doctor asked this person, what did you do? Like that's impossible. And this person actually said, I can't tell you because it's illegal. and then came out and actually said, this is what I did, and had the hemp oil, that sort of thing. I can tell you firsthand, I've seen it work.
Yeah, Larry, look, all I can say that I've spoken to some much smarter than me. All I have is, like I said, my father told me I have 2 ears and 1 mouth. Son, listen twice as much as you fucking talk. So that's all I do. When I'm around these people, especially this one gentleman from Israel, he's found out a genetic coding between cannabis and cannabinoids, and especially how the human body works. If he finds if you have an element wrong with you, like MS or you have a certain cancer or pancreatic cancer, when you take a certain cannabinoid from a marijuana plant that suits your genetics, you wouldn't believe what happens, man. And I've seen this under film.
I believe it's also with, if I'm not mistaken, I believe it's also with autism and some other different things as well.
Mate, the cells, the cancer cells were apoptosis. That means they exploded. It's like they are ruptured from the inside out.
And that's why it helps things like epilepsy and seizures.
Well, I don't know, mate. I just know we need more research, guys. I know why they've hidden this from us. They killed my wife, and I never got to have the choice of cannabis. They gave us other drugs. And I believe that I'm never going to stop, mate, because they've hidden something from us that's in our face all the time. It's how many people smoke marijuana and have been criticized and persecuted and locked up for 20, 30, 40 years for smoking a joint. Does that tell you something, guys? To smoke a joint, to smoke a joint, and you're locked up for 40 years?
That's
my God.
I don't even know how else to punish people that have done that to us. I don't even know. Like,
it's
setting them on fire while like pouring hot cement on them is not even good enough. Like, I don't even know what to do to these people. Like, it's so beyond fathomable what they've done, and that's just one little portion of it. One little portion.
It is. So you're right, Jibby. Yeah, so much more. Where do you want to start, Jibby? It's like everything. Yeah. Don't eat sugar, guys. White sugar, white flour. And I'll shut up after this. Don't eat both of those together. These assholes have worked it out. Those two chemistries. It's refined white flour, white sugar refined. When they together, they create a certain chemical that gives you diabetes. These are assholes.
Oh, before the thought is lost on me, I've also read that in sodas, there's a combo, same thing, type of a binary. When they're together, they become a carcinogen, but separately they seem fine, and that's how the FDA passes these things. Because
that's it. They do.
This thing by themselves is okay.
You're right.
This thing by itself is okay. Now they combine it, like I was saying, the test tube. We're all test tubes, mixing chemicals inside of us, and then they're waiting to see the end results. Like, that's insanity. We're all test subjects. So this is soda now. Soda's a carcinogen because of two binary agents combining, but separately they're fine. It's like that type of thing.
Spot on, Rod. GB, spot on. Absolutely.
Little like loopholes. This is the FDA loopholes to basically stick poison out there because they're not testing think about how many things would have to be tested if the FDA had on their plate, all right, we have to test this with this, all right, and this with this, all right, and this with this. So they just test these things by themselves because they would be at this all the time, every day, if they were testing it correctly with our, health and safety in mind. They would be at this all the time. They'd have to be like, well, what happens when I put saccharin with sugar? Or what about saccharin with with a French fry? What about saccharin with salt? What about saccharin with pepper? Cayenne?
Yeah.
You know, all these things combined. Like, what do they know it's going to do? Or aspartame with this, aspartame with that, aspartame with that,
Yeah.
aspartame with that.
Yeah.
Like, they're not doing all that.
And
Mate, we're dealing with genius. We're dealing with genius fucking criminals. I mean, these guys are fucking psychos. I mean, they're genius psychos, mate. I mean, to work out that so far ahead to cause an industry, they're psychos, mate.
when people like actual boots on the ground scientists and everything do these experiments and find out it is horrible to mix these things, they're called crazy.
And then they break out legal department with the peanut counters to see, okay, how long can we make this last before the lawsuits start coming in? Well, we can prolong it 7 years in the courts with continuances, and then we can have those people just get worn out and break down and bankrupt, treating their illness out of pocket before any kind of a settlement is reached. And this is how they do that too. So you get, I've already tried this. Like, you get worn out, you get buried in paperwork and worn out and bankrupted. And that's how they do
it. They're actually trying to drag me through the water right now and wait until I run out with my situation right now.
Yeah, I had something, I don't know, like $500,000 worth in like assets and everything, and I had to start all over again at around like 40,000 or whatever. It wipes you out. Like, they wipe you out. This corrupt system, and it's it's ridiculous. And I have the stacks of paperwork, like I could prove it. Like, being a whistleblower too is more. They bury you in paperwork and all this. It's just I can go on. You know,
when people ask me why I am politically, like, are you Democrat, Republican? But I'm like, no, I'm a monarchist. I believe that the creator, or to me it'd be Yeshua, I believe he should be king, and we all are doing a bad job.
Well, all right, that's unique. I usually hear like controlled anarchist is like self-rule, basically, through common sense. Like, we all have common sense, we all self-rule, but we work as a community, you know, like controlled anarchy, not chaos like they make anarchy seem to be. But,
no, anarchy.
But a monarchy, isn't that the system that got us in this problem to begin with? The monarchy.
I think you said the common senses prevail. It's basically, I grow the chickens, I swap with you the eggs, you grow the bacon, mate. It's common sense in the folk, mate. It's like, mate, it's not hard. Look, you know what? You listen to the conversations we have on the chats. I'm telling you, it pisses everybody off when you have two common folk from two different nations that they can have a common a conversation. What? It does not piss off. I'm telling you, because I'm just watching on the outer and watching in and just watching the conversations, and it's so sweet because you can have two different nationalities from Russia and America, and this is what I watch very closely because that's what they're trying to disturb. And I haven't said much about this, but when Russia speaks with us guys in America, yeah, it's quite interesting what you watch the trolls do, guys. Watch what happens. I'm telling you, brother.
You know what I don't see? I don't see any of that propaganda. I don't see any of us hating each other for the other nationality or any of that stupid shit.
Man. There's a lot changing. There's a lot changing, man. I'm telling you.
There's a lot changing, and I believe the people at large are all on the same page and looking at their collective governments and saying, hey, you guys are bullshitting us. Everybody.
Let's welcome we just had an invasion from another hangout, I guess.
For sure. I tell you what,
John.
Hey, Zulu. Hey, Jibby, I'll just say this. Did you know what, mate? We're peaceful people. And this is what I try to get out to people. You know what, man? You know what? I don't want to be no airy fairy whale in space, mate. I've done some bad shit in my life, but you know what? Our nature is peaceful. These assholes have the public beyond recognition. I'm telling you, they're purposely agitating the public. You know, because I don't have a fucking TV. I have this different point of view about the populace. And you know what? Without any judgment, nothing, they're purposely trying to agitate the public. Mate, you know what? And I'm not a goody two shoes, man, but these assholes, they are an irritation, man. They don't want peace in people, and we are peace. If you go to the Aboriginals in Australia, you've never met such the sweetest people, man. I mean, God damn it, they're sweet people. The sweetest people I've ever met. And they know your ass. They know who you are. But I tell you one thing about them. I tell you what, they will never, ever rip you off. They will look in the eye and your word is your honor. It's a rare thing, man. And I tell you what, this is what the establishment is trying to remove from public today is your word.
Yep.
Yeah, they kind of tell you like, oh, no regrets, you know, like live
Yeah,
for the day,
fuck
no
that.
regrets. Well, sometimes, you know, your word holds and you can't live just for one day. You have to live, you know, I don't know.
And
They get these
if I give
stupid
you my
memes
word,
out there
man, I
that
ain't got
program
nothing
people.
else. Absolutely, Jibby.
Yeah, just
Yeah.
programmable
That's
memes, the little fad memes that you see on your Facebook or whatever, and your Twitters and your Twatters, and it just it programs young, influential kids, and they
does.
just
You
live
know
their
what?
life by these stupid memes.
Yeah, it does, and I shouldn't have laughed at that because Jay made a good point there. It's like, come on, look around, research a little bit, and welcome to the panel. We got Zulu, Sub Johnny. Who else just joined in?
Brian.
Oh, Brian's in here too. Oh, hey Brian, how you doing?
Not too shabby.
My double.
Larry.
How are you, Larry? Sorry, I couldn't find my mute button.
Hi, Zulu. Hi, Zulu. I'm gonna pause for a bit because I'm just gonna go for a drink of water, mate. So I'll listen to you guys. I'll shut up.
How you doing?
All right, THC. Good stuff, man. Good stuff. Yeah, Zulu, good. Yeah, good. And actually, Sparkplug, yeah, she's around.
Cool. That was fun.
Oh my goodness. Sorry about that. I just, obviously, things happen.
It was too funny. After you said goodnight, I was literally like a switch. I watched the end of it, and you were like waiting for me to say, okay, good night. And I was already sleeping. And then there was about 39 minutes after that of me snoring. So I edited that out. It was crazy. Too funny.
Wait a second. So it's official. I've actually put Zulu to sleep. I put Poncho to sleep, Vinny to sleep. What the hell's going on here?
Larry, we gotta bottle you, and we'll send you to IPS so he can sell Larry Lullaby in a bottle.
Yes,
he's the best flat Earth marketer we have in The Economist. Get him to do all the numbers, checks and balances.
Oh, that is fantastic! I wish you would have tucked me in at least.
Dude, he put Poncho, Mr. Highest strung energy of anybody I've ever known in the universe. He put Poncho to sleep playing the drums. He's making noise in Poncho. Out cold, like it's amazing. He's using witchcraft on us, this guy.
Yeah, I actually did. I think
calling
Ponch,
you Ruthie, not Larry.
I think Ponch brought that up actually yesterday or possibly Saturday or something, and he actually said, Larry's the only one who can actually drum me to sleep.
Never heard of such a thing. Maybe MK Ultra on somebody's 72nd day awake, maybe, but
I got no idea. I have absolutely no idea. I just thought it was funny as anything because he actually came out and said Larry. Well, how his accent. Larry, you actually put me to sleep by the drums.
I wanted to say to Zulu, it was like hearing him on Mark Sargent's show, calling in every week, and then coming up on YouTube. That's what like got me really into this, talking to random people around the world.
Oh, you're Shirley. Oh, I know you. I'm a douche. I'm sorry. I didn't realize that's who you were.
Right, you could never be too trusty.
Well, I couldn't see your little dude. I'm an old blind bastard. I couldn't see the icon. Come on, look at me. Hey, come on. I couldn't tell who you were. Okay, I got you. Oh, too funny. Yeah, I just figured, what the hell? I do this for me. I don't do this for anybody else. Well, I guess some people say I do it for the government, but
Greedy bastard.
I do it for myself. Just what the hell, just talk.
We got a troll team 6. We have to name you guys. You guys are military.
Yeah,
right? So
absolutely.
we gotta
So
give
you're
you
already
guys
a government agent?
counter force.
Yeah, exactly. Troll team counter
Yeah,
force.
I think.
This is the FEA.
Yes.
Hey, I do it. I do it for myself as well. I just have to do, and
You
I
guys
have
could
to
be
get
the other
out.
FEMS, Flat Earth and Militia.
The FEM. Yep.
Oh, we got too many FEMs.
Well, that's perfect. Then take it over.
Don't say FEM. Don't say FEM because all of a sudden Charles will show up. Please do not say FEM. Let's call it something different.
We'll be the FEM associates. FEMA.
Yeah, FEMA. There you go. Flatma. There you go. How's that?
The FEA.
Flatma. You guys will be Flatma.
Yeah, I see. Well, Brian and Brian on the backside over there. Yeah, Brian and Brian.
Backside. PN.
Ass.
Yeah, here we go.
Nice.
No, leave it behind.
Subliminals in this one, folks.
Leave it behind. Exactly. Take it like a man. Hey, whoa. Whoa.
That's not taking it like a.
No. Let's.
Hello.
Oh, yep, that was it. That was all you had to say right there. Take it like a man.
You're like, damn it! Shift the conversation. They're on to us.
Hello, this is Houston calling. The ISS is not up there. It's
Echo,
not
Bravo, Tango, Victor, Echo. All right, Zulu. All right, get in there.
Keep your shirts on.
That's too funny. What's really comical is that, like, now in the fire department, they really don't even want you to use 10 codes anymore. They want us to use plain English because too many people don't know the codes and they waste goddamn time.
Seriously? So you can't use 10-200 anymore?
Nope, I can't even go. I can't even go 10-100 if I have to.
Oh, that's terrible.
Yep, I got to hold
And
it.
I had to take 10-100.
Can you 10-5 repeat that last transmission?
I said I had to take a 10-100 not too long ago.
Oh, there you go. Yep.
Yeah, now, are police going to follow suit with that, with all their codes?
No, they're probably, well, they might for some, but certain things, I mean, and we won't say, oh, we got a dead burnt body, we'll say we have a patient or something like that, unresponsive patient or something like that. We won't try to avoid the gory stuff. And then sometimes you go to
it's another junkie. Yep, another junkie. Yep.
Right, because people are everybody's listening.
They're dropping like flies in my old town. My friend sent me like just one day's obituaries or whatever, and we're losing like many people a day to overdosing. It's really bad there. They're dropping like flies. Like they're literally like depopulating the town to heroin.
Yeah,
faster than it can be replenished. It's crazy.
That is absolutely crazy because Orange County, New York, is the highest in New York for heroin deaths, and it's not poor people; it's rich fucking spoiled kids.
Yeah, and for me in my town, it's just bored kids. There's nothing here. The town takes all the tax money, and we got one basketball hoop without even a net on it. I mean, there's nothing here for the kids to do except heroin. There's nothing. Fishing and heroin. That's it. It's like
great. Yeah, that sucks.
Nothing to keep them occupied. Nothing to It's a small town. Like we don't. But is that the fate of all small towns that don't have pool halls or bowling alleys or whatever the whippersnappers are doing these days? They're not doing anything. They're playing on their phones and laptops and doing junk and having sex everywhere. Which we used to do, having sex everywhere. But I mean, Wait, we got 5 minutes. Come on, let's do this.
Hurry. Come on. We're getting in the back of my car.
I used to do mall parking lots because I found that the cops kind of left you alone if you were at least blending in, you know?
Yeah, they didn't always notice you in the mall park. We used to cruise a movie theater. That was where everybody went. And we called it the Caldor 500. There was a main anchor store called Caldor's. And then on the end was a movie theater, and the other end was the pizza place. And you would just drive around that 400 times a night, just checking out the girls, trying to hook up and stuff. People would bring all their nice cars. There was one little spot at the end of the parking lot that was probably a good 30-degree angle hill climb, and only the best of the best rednecks could get up it. It was just the little proving ground. Yeah, it was interesting.
Best of the best rednecks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And all sorts of people tried it. People in cars even tried it and then got arrested, but they tried it. Yeah, people were stupid. It was good times.
Every town seems to have that where they all kids get together and they find an area they like to cruise, race cars, show off their cars. Like that seems to be like all the towns that I come across anyway. There's always that area, the avenue or whatever they want to call it. They need an outlet. They do need an outlet. They need something. They need an outlet like that to be social, to be young, to have some fun. But they're not taught how to do it right. They're just taught not to do it at all. So then they have to sneak it, and then that's when they're not gonna, they're gonna act reckless because they're rebelling because they're always constantly told, don't do this, don't do this, don't do this, don't do that. Like, how about if you're gonna do it, this is how you do it safely. This is how you would do it correctly if you were to do it. You say it like that or whatever, or teach them like that. Give them the ultimate choice and keep respecting your kids. Once you start disrespecting your kids, they lose respect for you and your wisdom and your advice, and then that's just a train wreck.
Actually, that's a pretty good story. I googled where Jimmy Jedi lives, and they had the race of the wheelchairs, and I think he won.
I use the unicycles. I'm in the weirdo freaks and wackos race. Unicycles and clown makeup, and
always a good time, Jay. We always have a good time no matter what.
Yeah. And I can usually top your jokes about me better than you. So.
Oh yeah. Okay, go ahead. You're next.
Like we were saying before, if you can't make fun of yourself, like grow some thick skin. I don't know what else to say.
Exactly. Yes.
And if you're good at making fun of yourself, the trolls and the ridiculers throughout your life just can't really touch you. They can't affect you. I don't know.
I've actually cracked up to more of making fun of me than I have of you, which is kind of odd.
I'm going to say, Larry, the other night, a couple of your jokes went to the ICU. I love that. That is my favorite Jimmy Jedi joke. I'm sorry. I will never forget that forever and ever and ever.
That was so funny. That was actually brilliant. That was good. Touche.
Who's in the ICU? Larry's jokes.
Touche. Touche. That was actually funny as hell.
Sometimes I substitute the crickets with the heart monitor. Beep, bum, bum. Beep, bum, bum.
Yeah.
Beep, bum, bum. Beep. That's it. I do that when Larry's on a tear for like a couple of minutes. I go break out the heart monitor.
I've got some pretty good rants. Maybe one.
One out of what 1,500 hangouts? It's pretty good.
I've had some really good. Well, all right, one rant. That's like That was that movie Friday. Yeah, those are 20s. All right, they're 16s, but I keep them clean.
I love the community. I just I love it.
Yeah, and
Absolutely.
we mix all of our knowledge or whatever you want to call it, our experience, like THC, breaking out the good info there that I didn't spend years and years looking into or whatever, but he did the work. He brings his end results information to us. This is how we do it. Like that's what they were that's what they want to avoid, like us getting together with our answers, matching up the answers together, and now we come up with a plan for health, longevity, success in our relationships. You know, like, oh, you know what works? This works. Oh, thanks. I'll pass that along. You know, like, man, it doesn't get easier than that. This is effortless. It really is. We're just shooting the shit, hanging out, exchanging stories. Really, it's lazy actually, and we're learning a lot.
I've learned more in the last 2 years of
hell
doing this
yeah.
Man. Than I have in a long time.
Yeah, but it didn't feel like you've been sitting in school for 2 years, did it? I've been having a great time with it, learning, having fun with the trolls. Like people say, you know, they give us shit now. Actually, have fun with them sometimes, but we learn a lot too. We're having fun. That's the way it's supposed to be done. That's the way learning is supposed to be. It's supposed to be an adventure. It's supposed to be fun. You're supposed to be in this state of mind of discovery. And for our situation, we're in a state of rediscovery.
Yeah,
it's lost. It's lost. So we're rediscovering it all.
Actually, Jay, I'm glad you brought that up, because I'll add to that, if I may. You have a passion for something, it's very easy. It's like, wow, and you just roll with it, and it's been it's been quite cool. It's really been, oh man, I can't even tell you. I can't even describe it. It's really awesome.
And ODD's new stream is going to be the shit. Like, it's going to get huge. Like, I can see it already. It's going to be all of our work. Well, the best of our work, hopefully. That's not too badly copyright strung. Because I asked him about that today. Like, what are you going to do about the copyright music on some of these? And he said he'll be able to take the soft strikes, but not the big strikes. So I guess if it passes your channel and you've had it on for a little while or something, and it clears all the YouTube filtering or whatever and violations, it should be good to go on his channel, as long as it's not blocked in all countries or you get a copyright strike for it. He has to review each one, of course, because he's going to air it on his channel. But that's our work up there now, getting streamed by one of the best video makers in Flat Earth, who's supporting all the small channels, like
awesome.
Lifting up the little guys to top chair, VIP status of attention. And that's, I don't know. I can't say how cool that is enough of him.
Actually, Jay, you go up to the top. I'll stay down here.
Oh, I like rooting around on the bottom.
Karen B
come to yours loud.
on my video. I was like, really? Like, awesome.
ODD, he's a cool cat. He really is.
Oh yeah, Mike's actually pretty cool, man. Yeah, he's a pretty cool guy. Him and Jake, and I was watching. I think it was who was streaming that before. Actually, it was with Matt Powerland streaming the whole.
Oh yeah.
All that kind of stuff and everything else that
they
were doing over there.
He's waiting on Jake to get back to him, so he can stream Flat Earth Assholes videos as soon as he gets the okay from him. He's not getting back to him yet, so.
Actually, I threw using FEA. I'll just say FEA. I threw him a message to just come on and maybe do some jam or just come on and chat or something like that. He's got an open invitation.
Oh yeah. I never see him on Hangouts. He needs to do that. He needs to come on some Hangouts.
Actually, you know what, Jay? You know what's cool is some of the larger channels actually coming to these local channels if you will, like
Yes, it's
larger.
very nice of them to gracious us with their presence.
Yes.
So,
Yeah.
hello, how are
I
you
like when
doing
they go
today?
slow.
Thanks for coming by. We enjoyed your visit.
It-
Please come back
it-
again.
It is kind of cool, and I think that's very important because
all the flat earthers, the good ones, the ones just starting out, especially the ones just starting out, they need the extra help, encouragement, a little bit of shielding from the trolls who want to shut them down before they get started.
yes,
You know, help out the little guys too. And I don't like calling them little guys. It's just, hey, I just came onto all this. I did my research. Now I want to talk about it. Crank up Hangouts. Help them out a little.
And call him a newbie.
Newbie, yeah. I just don't want to patronize people. You know, we got so much patronizing going on with globetards and trolls and all these names and labels that are very patronizing. We need to kind of we need to kick up our, what's the word, like integrity maybe, or level of etiquette a little bit.
Maintain our composure.
Yeah, not go down to their level and be a better example.
yes, the kick up the etiquette. That was a good one. Yes.
Yeah, become a little more
salad fork once in a while.
Right. Laugh them off, basically, instead of dedicating a week to firing back at them, you know, and making videos to fire back. Like, some idiot has a channel and he disagrees with every single thing you say. Best thing to do with those people is pretend they don't exist, because they're going to keep disagreeing with everything you say. So you're just going to get into like a cul-de-sac circle for however long they waste your time, because you're trying to like, you know, prove them wrong and then they'll just come back over the top, and then you come back over the top, and they come back over the top, and it's just a cyclic loop. Just leave them alone. Pretend they don't exist unless they're coming at you proper. You know what I'm saying? Like, hey, I have some disagreements with your work. I would like to discuss it with you. Like, that's coming to you like a gentleman or a lady. You know, come to you proper, and seek a conversation or a discussion without, you know, the literal shit throwing like apes, like for real.
Right.
Yeah, very, very well said.
That's why I did that with Charles, because he was back then, like last year, it was just screaming matches on panels. It was just Globe versus Ball, and it was talking over the other, yelling and screaming and insults everywhere. And I wanted to kind of show people like we can do this right. We could just have a sit down, have a nice disagreement discussion, whatever you want to call it, where the other side's never going to agree with me and I'm never going to agree with them, but we're civil to each other, and that's all. I wasn't trying to convince Charles there. I knew that was going to happen.
Actually, Charles he's kind of funny. He wants to convince me it's round, and I'm like, no, Charles, you actually said you believe in the flat plane. He's actually said that on I remember the Hangout he was on. Jay, it might have been your channel actually, where he kind of admitted to the point where he believed, okay, all right, let's say it's a flat plane, and I believe in this, and it said some other kind of statement after that, and I was like, oh, gotcha, and just left it alone and hasn't gone back there yet. It's kind of, and of course, look, the guy has an occupation. He's got a family, he's got kids, and doesn't want to be fired, because if he were to come out and start teaching this sort of thing, he would be fired in like, help me out, like 14 seconds. So he can't actually come out and say this.
I think that would be discrimination if he got fired for his personal beliefs. As long as he's teaching the curriculum for part of his job, they shouldn't be able to do that to him. But he's invested in the Helio model quite a lot, naming his 3 children after planets and such.
Jay. What are you looking at chat?
No, what's going on?
Have you seen who's out there right now? Oh my God!
What are they saying in chat?
Charles is out there.
I summoned him. Sorry. No, we haven't spoken poorly of him. At least I haven't. But no, we're just discussing
none of us.
events. Four kids.
No one is
Four kids. I thought you only had 3. He's saying he has 4. Only 2 of them planets. Oh, my information skewed then, because I could have sworn you already had 2, and this one is Mercury. No, wait, you had Mars and Andromeda. Sorry, that's right. Mars and Andromeda.
Listen, the one thing. Oh, I'm sorry, Brian. Go ahead. Go ahead, Brian.
No, I was just saying Andromeda is not a planet.
Right.
Yeah.
I should have said astronomical names.
Yeah, he said four kids, only 2 of them were planets.
Gotcha. The one thing I can say, guys and gals, is Charles is the most pleasant, courteous you will ever meet. It is my goal.
Let me hold you up there, Larry. He doesn't like walk on water. Let's just say he has a little bit of a patronizing tone, kind of a know-it-all, talking at you tone sometimes. Though he is the most, I'll say, he is one of the most cordial of their side that we have available to have a discussion with it in a way where we're not just hitting each other below the belt, and that's pretty sad. Like, I would be embarrassed if I was him, that there's not others on his side of that kind of integrity and confidence in their model to come on without having to insult and hit below the belt,
I just, you know what? You can't hate the guy. You just can't. You just can't hate the guy. I mean, you have to listen.
We're not supposed to hate any of them, right? We're better.
No, exactly, Z. And after talking to him for a while, you're like, you know what? You can believe what you want, and I believe what I want, and he wants to turn me back onto the globe, and I'm like,
yeah, it's paper facts versus what you can see with your own eyes. It's one of those debates, that old debate, like the magician show.
Thank you. Yes.
That old debate, how it goes.
that old debate.
This man sold me 3 magic beans. What? Well, it said on paper that these 3 beans would do. Oh my God! You believe everything you read?
How do magic beans work on a flat Earth?
I don't know. That's a good question. They probably grow into giant trees.
We don't start with that.
Hey, I really
trees that go up to the Giants Mountain at the top. That story's probably true. Jack and the Beanstalk. For all we know,
maybe
it actually would probably make more sense to me now than aliens in a saucer traversing 1 trillion miles. And I'd probably believe the Beanstalk one over that one.
Yeah. I mean, it is crazy. Like I said, I really like that one. You look at those pictures of all the plateaus around the world, and man, how are they sliced off perfectly flat and perfect?
Yeah, well, there's so many. It's almost like organics. I'll just say plural. Organics were petrified, and the ruins of it are everywhere. We're like, everywhere we look, we're seeing ancient ruins, petrification of what was once organic. It's still a working theory for me, because every time I just turn my head, I see more evidence pointing towards that no forest, and like, why does everything have to look like that?
I know.
It's just messing with me. But I haven't closed the book on it. It's interesting. It's something new. It takes us in a new direction, so we're not stuck. All right, let's advance. Let's rediscover. Let's uncover whatever these people are hoarding. The information they're hoarding that gives them the leverage.
Right.
That's how they maintain their leverage. They hoard information that gives them leverage over us. Otherwise, why are these people living the life off our blood, sweat, and tears? That doesn't sound like, the information that they have is for our benefit. And it's not like they work harder than all of us. They work the least. We do all the work. They make all the money. They have the best lives. They have the best foods. Is that Is that a fair system? Or is everything on the up and up? No, obviously not. And they're working together, or that type of mentality would have been shut down by the benevolent wealthy people. You know what I'm saying? It's all intertwined. They're working together to keep their leverage, to keep their status, to keep their wealth handed down to friends and family, to keep control. So they don't have to work. So they don't give us health, longevity, all these problems, because then the farm gets too big for them to manage.
Yeah.
At least that's the way I see it.
No, that sounds pretty much on the nose, hitting it on the nose.
Yeah, they need a couple of hits on the nose too.
Yeah.
Bad
Yeah.
dogs,
Right.
bad. Stop
Yeah.
killing people, bad. It's freaking ridiculous.
Yeah, we are ridiculous. Well, it's funny because before this, when I was heavy into UFOs and everything, and couldn't wait till they landed on the lawn, and then started thinking about it and realizing us as a human race, we wouldn't even be ready to handle that. We are so disgusting. The shit that we do to each other. Wow, it's just a crazy, crazy world.
Yeah. He encourages people to do experiments, and I encourage people to do experiments too. I just caught Boston yesterday from that mountain.
Oh, you got up there?
Yep. And at first it was murky. I could only see one building, and I'm like, oh no. And then it cleared up, and wow. Like, wow.
Really?
Like, I can share some pictures. I got pictures and video. I just
Yeah, I would love to see something if you.
I'll just do it quick because I don't want to, hog the. I've already hogged enough.
I was going to say, when are you making a video?
I was going to do it today, and then I got wrapped up. As soon as I start listening to one hangout, just to hear what's going on. Next thing I know, I'm on the panel. Next thing I know, hours and hours go by, and same old thing.
Gotcha.
And then all of a sudden he's talking and puts people to sleep and everything else, and nobody likes Jay.
Yeah, right.
Nobody.
I agree with them sometimes. What can I say? All right. Yeah, here's Boston. This is actually a dark picture. They get better. All right, here's a partial zoom in.
How far away?
70 miles, approximately. Here's a 12. This is before you get to the main city here. His buildings where it gets a little clearer too, believe it or not. This is still murky. And this one's a little shocking to me, because if this is what I think it is, this is a water tank on the highway. I think this is a water tank on the highway, just before you get into like the major part of Boston. And if this is that water tank, that's ground level. That's like right there on the ground, and it's not that tall. I want to say 40 feet tall, maybe, if that. I don't even know. I don't even think it's that tall.
Really?
But I don't know. I don't know the dimensions of it, but it's pretty impressive. So this is kind of another partial zoom, and there you can see it in the distance. But people can't see this with the naked eye, not even close. It looks like one of the boats went over the horizon. Like that's your perspective of it. You don't see anything in the distance. You need binoculars to even see a little bit. But the P900, I had to play around with the manual focus, and I went through all these different settings until I finally got one that was somewhat of a longer exposure, and I was able to capture more detail, really good detail, even on video. Yeah, this is a pretty good one. Like, you can even see like the shading and the colors of the buildings and stuff. This white building here, yeah, it's gray, but and a little M right here. I'll have to look that up on the Google satellites, whatever you want to call it. 70 miles away. I have to do the calculations for exact altitude. I want to be within 5 feet. So I'm not guessing. I'm not estimating. I want to be as close as possible. But I see the bottoms of buildings. Bottoms of all the buildings. And I see another town in the distance past Boston, over here, with a water tank as well. It's starting to get a little clearer in some
It
of
should be
these.
approximately 3,200 feet of curvature, 70 times 70 times 8 divided by 12, 3,200 feet.
And I was approximately 2,280, I want to say 80 feet in altitude. 2,200. So that's still like around 1,000 feet of missing curvature.
It doesn't work.
Well, I'm seeing the bottoms of buildings, like, and this especially way in the distance back there. I'll have to check what town that is. I don't think it's Quincy, but it's outskirts.
Oh yeah, that one looked clearer.
Yeah, I'm looking for the clearer ones. There were some that really brightened up. It's like this one. This one's more bright. It got a little murky though, but very detailed. Bottoms of buildings. I can even see humps, which are not curvature because they go back down. It's just, it's a rocky landscape that we live on. It's not perfectly flat, but if everything was flooded up to the tip of Mount Everest, I think it's safe to say the whole Earth is flat at that point. But
right,
that would be it. Like, it would just be flat water with the little peak of Mount Everest or whatever that tallest mountain sticking up is.
Hey, Jimmy. Oh, sorry. I have a question about the P900. What are the specs on it? Because I purchased my wife one and she doesn't like it. She said it's too heavy, so I got to get rid of it. But she bought a Nikon D3400, and I was going to buy a lens that I could use on it, and I don't know what would be similar or equivalent or better to get those P900 style pictures.
There's the one right below it. The model below it is a 60x zoom. P900 is 83x, and the one that's 60x zoom, I think that's what they call the XLR series or whatever. That's a really good camera, and it's like $200 to $250 cheaper than the P900.
Gotcha.
And you're only
she bought a
23x zoom, and it's still an excellent camera.
But it has interchangeable lenses, so I know I could put a telephoto lens on it, but I don't know, you see those guys with those big giant ass lenses. I know I can get something. I just don't know what, so I got to keep asking around.
I'll just flash a quick video here, and then I'll
yeah, that's pretty cool.
I'll ease back. So that's video mode. A little bit of atmospheric blurring, not too bad. I'm still pulling colors, so that's really freaking good. I'm seeing little tiny buildings. You can see all these little tiny buildings now. And I'm seeing pretty much the bottom of buildings in Boston, even with this little hump in the way. And then you have that hump back there. That's not over the curvature. That's just that bump. It's like a bump.
Which you should not see.
No. If the numbers are right for 70 miles, I want to draw straight lines on Google Maps. I want to draw just straight lines to get accurate to even this water tower, the building. I want to get its sea level height compared to mine. I want to get all of these things accurately, just so it is what it is. I'll just, I'm not going to skew the information because anybody can check it. I mean, it is a test over land. So, it can be argued. You could just say, well, that's just a flat part of the land. But the curvature's got to be made up for somewhere, or else you're not on a ball. You're on a ridiculous potato that you can't see the curvature of.
Sorry, guys, I got to run. Nice talking to y'all.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, Brian.
Night, Brian. Talk to you.
I got 40 seconds left. But very clear. I did some zoom ins and zoom outs so you can really see. Like right here. So you can't see anything right here. And he's parked right here. Now here comes the big zoom. A couple of people that were there, they were like, you could see Boston through that camera? And I'm like, yeah. And they just they can't see anything. It just looks like flat horizon out there or whatever. You just see blur. Can't see that far. Binoculars, I used my telescope the first time. I was like, wow, I can't wait to get a P900.
That's freaking cool.
That's amazing.
Yeah, exactly. The zoom in thing. I mean, it just like debunks everything. It's like,
Well, that's a good land test. I think Jaron has the boss right now at 150-mile mountain or something. Like, I mean, man,
you can see Boston through that camera.
yeah. Well, I mean, I don't think the P900 is the most popular thing around this area. Neither is Flat Earth, but.
They're all trying to. I use the term they, so let me rephrase that. Some are trying to debunk the P900 for the quality of the actual camera and just making fun of it. The funniest part of it is, you have a zoom lens, and like Jay just showed, you can absolutely zoom right in and see that. I do not possess one myself, or anything. I've looked at them, and it will actually bring the horizon right back to your feet. And everybody else is trying to like debunk it. It's like, no, I'm sorry. I see what I see. I know what I know. What the hell are you doing?
I plan on being in Boston a couple times at least this summer. One trip, I want to go to the Boston Library that has, see Brian's icon over here of the, what's the name of that map? That specific one. As it is, it says at the top. We all have the poster of it or whatever. Well, allegedly that original or whatever is at that Boston Library. So I want to go to that Boston Library and take a picture of it with the P900 just to show like the original is real and what the original says, just in case any of it's been altered or anything. I'll go to the library and see it. And then while I'm there, I want to go to the coast of Boston, use the P900 to see if I can see P-Town, because that's a water test, which is the best test. And there's a large chunk of ocean in between P-Town and Boston, but people say that you can see the Boston lights from P-Town. It's like the little tip, the hook of the Massachusetts end there. It comes around like a little hook. And then you look across that water in that inlet and you can see Boston. Well, I want to do it with the P900, so I'll add that to the list. I'll add it to the pile of zoom ins. But that should be 60 miles. I don't remember the exact distance in between.
Yeah, exactly. Some of the guys in the panel, you can jump in if you want to.
Yeah, I
got Provincetown.
Get going, so I'll hang back and listen while I get stuff done, and yeah. So I just wanted to share that really quick, and now you guys can take over. Yeah.
Is that Provincetown? Is P-Town?
Yes. Sorry. Oh, that's right. I got the abbreviations. Yeah, I'm
and then where was the mountain you were on?
That mountain I was on was Packmanadnock, and it's in Peterborough, New Hampshire.
Peterborough, New Hampshire.
Right. It's kind of central southern New Hampshire.
How high is it?
They say the peak of it is 2,300 feet, but I was slightly lower because you could walk down a little bit or whatever. And I kind of gave an estimate that, I'm about 20 feet lower than what they would consider the peak, unless they were measuring the peak from the tower, which is ridiculous. So I was going flat ground level of the peak and how far below. So it was about 2,280 feet, because I was 20 feet below the flat level top surface.
What's the nearest big city near it?
I think Peterborough is the big city. There is no big city.
Manchester, Concord.
Nashua then, I guess. Or
there's Nashua. Okay.
Yeah, so go west of Nashua.
Okay.
You could just put in
Amherst, Peterborough.
PACK, Monadnock, MONA, DNOCK, Pack Monadnock, and it should come right up on Wiki with all the elevation stats and everything in a map.
And what's that one?
Crazy.
Jay, that's actually like 2,800. Is it? You said
20. Well, the peak is 2,300 feet according to Wiki. I was 20 feet or so below that peak from where I was sitting at the Boston viewing area. And I was moving around that area a little bit too, because you can see it from several angles, and it's not perfectly flat elevation there. So if I go down 1 foot, I'm counting it. They want to count every little peanut that we talk about. Well, I'm going to count every little foot, below, just to get accurate.
I love the fact that it's hard to like coin somebody Glober or something like that. I'm going to say it's kind of funny. The Globers, you know what? I would almost throw $100 bill down right now and bet you that everyone on the panel knows more about the globe than anyone could ever chat in the open chat. I guarantee you that. I mean,
yeah, so long.
Yeah, exactly. That's it. That's what's kind of funny. They don't even know their own model, and Z actually, I was on Z's chat and had a good time the other night. We won't mention that. Anyway, we know more about the globe than others do, and you start with a conversation, not to be condescending, of course, just to be and say, hey, what do you think about this, or what do you think about this situation, or how fast you're spinning, or the circumference, or the different latitude, longitude, and different things, and certainly air travel, which I have to give Political Hillbilly a shout out here, who actually showed me that one, and that was actually really cool. I like that one. I use that one quite a bit, or different things. And after having those conversations, they come back and they're like, more. which I love. I thoroughly enjoy it. I absolutely enjoy it. It's awesome. And no, I'm not going to jam out tonight. Sorry.
Space crickets. Oh, I'm sorry. All right, so I'll step aside. I'll be listening and yeah, keep it going, guys. I'll be and stay out of trouble.
Yeah, I'm gonna crash. I gotta go walk the schmucks. I'll listen though for a little bit as I fall asleep. Larry, you can help put me to sleep.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
before you sign off, Larry, do everyone a favor.
That's just great. You guys are gonna let me put you guys to sleep.
Yes, you have a very soothing, calming voice.
He's going to be the cure for flat earther insomnia.
I feel like you're holding me in your arms when you're talking to me.
All right, guys. I'll talk to you guys later.
I feel safe.
Have a good night, Jimmy.
Later, Jimmy.
Yeah, Jimmy, peace out. Love you, man.
Take it easy, brother.
It's fun. I love it.
Good night.
All righty. Good night, fellas.
Coming in.
Here we go. Is that Brian? You
can you hear me or no?
For some reason.
Okay.
Hold on. Yep. I can hear you. Hold on. You're good.
Just checking. If not, I'll be home in a minute.
Okay, that's cool. Sub Johnny in the house.
Yep, I wake it up early tomorrow, so I'm probably another 5 minutes. But thanks for the link, Larry.
Oh yeah, listen, Sub Johnny, anytime, man, anytime. I like your stuff. I like your style. Love it.
Anytime.
Yeah, thanks. I spend most time for translating, you know.
Well, my and I don't know, Johnny, if you know that my ex that I have my youngest child with is actually from Georgia Republic, and you know, obviously, you know what that means for Russian, the Republic of. So when you're speaking, I can understand you perfectly fine. I've been around it for quite some time now. So when you're speaking, I totally get it. I can totally answer and rebut and everything else. So don't worry about it, man. Just speak your mind.
So
we're good.
You get used to the accent.
The dialect, yes, absolutely. The accent, the dialect, yes, of course. The only thing I have to watch out for is I cannot drink tequila, because apparently after I drink tequila, I start speaking Spanish perfectly. I'm not sure why. I don't know why this actually happened to me. I think, and I was on a live chat. It was like 2.5 months ago, where I actually started speaking perfect Spanish. I haven't taken Spanish in years, since high school, and I started speaking back and forth. It was actually quite funny because it was perfect.
You had a experience with Spanish before, right? So you talked before, you learned it before?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Mm-hmm. So it sits in your brain somewhere, and you take it out when you need, you know? I mean, you had knowledge, but if you don't use it, you're out of practice. Probably tequila open a gate to that information.
Exactly. It's that would be like me saying, I'm not sure if I'm saying this correctly. It would be like Lagrota High.
Mm-hmm. Everyone's sleeping, or where all folks goes?
I'm not sure actually.
Still muted, but still online.
Well, I think. Yeah. I think Gav is actually chilling out.
I'm almost home, so I'll be back on in a second.
All right. Well, yeah. Take your time.
But hurry up about it.
Well, I you know what? I don't want to do the New Jersey thing and be like, all right, come on, hurry up, man, come on.
Yeah, I love your chat. Yeah, Larry's most relaxed hangouts. I would say number one.
Oh, thanks, Johnny.
Yeah.
Thanks, Johnny. I appreciate it.
Where you don't feel any tension.
Always good to have you.
Yeah.
Don't make his head too fat.
Yeah, it was good. You know what? It was nice to see so many people. And again, it's a Monday night, and you know, obviously, people have things going on, you know, in real life, and
yeah,
see so many people coming out and just like enjoying the chat, and you know, joining the chat as well, and just interacting. I absolutely I love it.
Yeah, it's very useful too, because we can exchange some information, right? Some, you know, like I browse YouTube about Flarios and conspiracy stuff, but sometimes here on Hangouts I can find something I never see anywhere, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
Sometimes people see something when you can search for and never find it, and they already know it, and they just share it. So it's very saving time to share information right here. You don't need browse all day, or like I like watch all conspiracies, you know, wherever topic is, but you know, I also like videos, not only conspiracy, I also like mechanical stuff, like how cars works, like engines, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I watch different stuff.
It's also nice because in chat it's like, hey, send me a link, or in here, hey, send me a link, or send me a link over there, or something like that, and we all just like jump around and we're like, oh wow, that's pretty cool, or you can look at it, and that's why I love this format. I absolutely like. It's great. It's awesome.
Yeah, I just have a rule for people. If they ask me, I said, no, sorry, I just a guess. Like today, Shortlist Flat, what's his name? Shortlist Flavius. He was. Yeah, he asked me, not for your hangout, but we was with Zulu and Brian on Westgate's hangout, right? And he asked me for the link. I said, hey man, I don't know you. Show me a link with a video when I can see you with other people's hangouts. Then I can trust you, right? Because so many bullshit happening with this Tim Osman and stuff. We get sniped. I said, I cannot, sorry, I'm a guest. If I would own Hangout, when I open, I would share my link with you, right? But that's why when I said, okay, Vary, Zulu asked you, can we jump? You said, yes, green light, right? Then we jump, But if I'm a guest on someone's Hangout, I never share links because then I lose credibility. Then people never share links with me, like Mr. Poncho, right? Like, once you F up and people don't trust you, not because you're a bad guy, but because if you share links with everybody else, you put the people in danger.
That's actually a very good point. Yeah, I've not shared links with anyone. If somebody sends me a link and to join or something like that, which I've been on so many channels, a bunch of them. No, I don't share the link. If it's up to the person that is running the channel to share the link.
Yeah, unless you know. Unless you know someone, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Or you see them and doesn't hang out. You listen to the person 5 minutes, at least, But you can just give it to someone because you don't know. You can be sniped. You can be someone like what Vincent said. Somebody can show some bad pictures or.
I've actually been sniped a couple times, and
me too.
I do trust Vincent P. and Mr. Poncho Pete, and obviously many others. Johnny, you also, and we'll put it out in the dispensary because they have kind of gotten rid of the people that will snipe you. I've been sniped a few times myself, and I feel comfortable putting it out there. And just it's about having a good time. It's about having a good time and chatting about things and talking about flat Earth and different things we found out or whatever we've seen or something like that. And that's what it should be about.
Yeah, I actually had a good idea. I spotted a couple other groups, because we're not only one group of flat earthers. There is another groups of flat earthers. They don't hang out, but they kind of separate. They don't know us, and we don't know them. And I have this idea, make connections with them. Maybe I jump on their chat, and maybe because you can find interesting people there too, and maybe we can merge somehow. Because sometimes what I see on Hangouts, okay, we have let's say 6 people, 5 people, but sometimes I call it dead silence. And this is I hate the most. I mean, it's better for me. Interrupting each other also bad, but for me, that silence is worse than interruption. Let's say when people talk and we have hot conversation, right? Like what I mean. Everybody have ideas and just wait for the second to put the word right. It's better than have that silence. When you have that silence and hang out, it's no good. Then people start. They start jumping on other page. Chat is kind of going down. I don't know, but I like when chat is lots of people and people talk, and everybody waits their turn to speak. This is interesting.
Yeah, they have. Everybody has good, good questions. The only and I hate to use this word, the only stupid question is the one that you never ask.
Mhm.
Real simple.
Exactly, Larry. Exactly.
Yeah, ask the question. Not that I'm like the shell answer man or anything else. I will point you to a different channel, to take a look at, or perhaps and I'm sure all you guys in the panel will too. Just say, hey, go check this out, or go check that out, or something like that. The only dumb question or stupid question is the one that you do not ask, and that's the meaning of life right there.
Yeah.
When I see Zulu ones out there,
In the charts, yes.
hey, Zulu one, touche. I'm sorry, I just read his comment. That was actually pretty funny.
Probably everybody live in North America, most people who participate, and it's like late now. That's why.
Yeah, it's just actually it's just after midnight.
Yeah.
After midnight.
Yeah. Like at the same time, right? 0:16, like 16 minutes after, like 16 minutes after midnight. I have right here.
17. 17.
Yeah, 17 minutes. Yeah. But the same time zone we have. Looks like.
Yes. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And actually, finders out there too. Great learn. Oh, well, that's cool. That's cool, man. Cool. Nice to see so many familiar icons and folks, and actually have so many join. Everything else. Awesome.
Felix here. Just send a message.
Wait, Felix? Felix, I am?
Yeah, he sent messages a couple minutes ago.
Oh, I don't like Felix. We can't have her in here.
Yeah, no way.
Actually, she's great supporter of any chat, you know? Yeah, she can support any chat.
I know. Actually, I've been on with Felix for hours. So yeah, if Felix wants, Felix, you have the link. She already has a link.
Yeah. Even people who just
Felix.
Look, GB Jedi also here, but he was in chat and he's in chat too. You had over 40 viewers, Larry. New personal record for your whole family line. Yeah, good.
Yeah, I'm about to kick Jibby out.
Okay, Larry. Next is 100 viewers. Okay, next week.
Actually, Jay and I go way back. Actually, so Bryant as well, and several others. It's actually quite funny. I've known these guys for quite some time, and no, I would never do that. We always joke about it, we kid about it, we have some fun with it. I would never do that to these guys.
Yeah, you're too kind for this.
Yeah, there's some good people. I see actually been taking pics out there too. Kathleen in the house.
I just wait somebody join and then I can go with my pure conscious. You know what I mean? So let's keep it not below 6 people here. So.
Yeah. Oh, that's pretty funny. Actually, you're gonna peace out on me? What the hell?
Later, Larry.
Yeah, exactly. Everybody's leaving. Like, what?
They still
Joke's
here.
over. Joke's over. We can go home.
Oh, great. Yeah, yeah, I'm feeling the love. I'm feeling the love, guys. Yeah, that's great.
You're taking it like a man. That's why.
No, actually, I had a pretty busy weekend, so I'm actually trying to like recuperate.
Right. I get you.
Okay, moving on. Moving on.
Exit stage left.
Actually, that's a really good album by Rush. My favorite band, actually.
Tom Sawyer. Exit 1, 2. Yeah.
Mean stride. Today's Tom Sawyer's mean pride. Oh my goodness.
Long day today.
Yes, I apparently I just sparked Felix with Rush, so all of a sudden, okay, now we're in for it. Okay, here we go.
Hey.
No reason.
Did you get your mic fixed, Rick?
Whose mic? Not mine.
No. Somebody in the chats, they wanted to look at some proofs about flat Earth and stuff like that. So I was going to go over it with him, but he had his mic messed up for a few days, so we're scheduling it for another day.
Oh, okay. I'm reading chat right now, and Jay, is that actually a frickin' word?
Let's try to give it another shot tomorrow. I'll be home after 6. Right now it's about 12:30 my time.
Well, I have all say that same time here.
It's actually 12:23, and I'm reading what Jimmy Jedi is actually counting out there, and I'm like, what the hell is that actually a word?
Actually, THC has less time. He has probably 8 p.m. right now, or 9 p.m. Because he lives on the West Coast. So, not so late now.
Actually, Pink Floyd, Roger Waters actually did a live concert not too long ago from Pink Floyd. It was actually very good.
So only before 4 p.m. Okay. I'll message you and we'll try to set it up before that. Probably the next day. I don't know. I have some work I got to do, so I'll message you. Sorry, we're all having different conversations, aren't we?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we are. Everybody's like 4 conversations at once. That's okay.
Yeah.
Hey, Soul John, how are you, mate?
Hey, how are you, TC? What time is it?
Beautiful.
How much time you have right now? 8 p.m.?
Okay, time 21:24.
Oh, 9 p.m. Okay.
Yeah, 9:24. Yep.
Okay, 3 hours earlier you have. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, I'm going to be going up to a mountain in the next couple of weeks, mate, and I'm going to be doing some measurements on about a 14,000 footer. Well, actually, it's going to be about 8, maybe actually 7.5. So, yeah, I'm going to do it with my kids, and we're going to find out how this sun's rising, man. It's piqued my interest about what's happening on sunrise.
Good. It's a good thing.
I think everyone should just take a day to their weekend for the year and go to a high mountain and just check out sunrise. Someone's going to catch it.
It's actually THC. It's actually good to go outside and look up. Once you look up and you look around and you see what's going on, you're like, oh crap.
Interesting.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, it's difficult to lie to yourself, you know. If you learn to stop lying to yourself, you cannot lie to other people. This is the point, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Since you know true, and if you're honest with yourself, it's difficult to lie other people. This is how profession was chosen. Like I was in sales too, right? And you know, and it's sometimes it's so not hard to be honest to sell something to somebody. If you're really honest, you can sell it, you know. Like, sorry, I'm not against salespeople, but I was in sales. And if you shouldn't think deep. If you think deep or too technical, you can sell stuff, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So in order to sell something to someone, you shouldn't think very deep about it. Let's say if I sell cars, right? And if I know a particular engine, how it works, and if I tell this to people, I'm gonna freak him out. You're not gonna buy anything. So I don't even know why I talk about this right now. But anyway.
No, but I think it's great to talking about it because it brings to me about NASA and the girls with the hairspray. You know, I'm thinking, I look, I watch it now and I'm thinking, what delusion was I under when I watched this? I'm going through my own mechanics of who I am as a being. You know, how did they pass this by me? I mean, was I such a retard? I think what it is I think what they're doing is I think they're doing it so blatantly in your face that you don't even reject it as false. Because you know, you just don't say, oh no, they couldn't be doing that. There's no way. But you know what? They are.
Yes. Scary.
They're doing it, man. And you know what? What I love about this community, about me, you guys, Soul John, we're normal people, mate. And you know what? We're gonna blow this right open because you know what that they don't have normal people speaking folk truth. You can't beat that, brother. It's got a tune to it. It's a tone, and you can't lie about this tone. And that's what I found about you guys. I've been into this like a short period of time. I hear truth. It's undeniable truth. Truth. They're fucked.
Dave Hinkle, how are you?
Mic check, am I here?
Yep, you're good.
Greetings all. I can't see the panel, but hi
What's
everybody.
up, Dave?
Yeah,
hey, Dave.
You watch your roll.
Driving home from work, thought I'd chill at Larry's for a little bit.
Yeah, good to have you, Dave. Good to have you, as always.
Yep. Earth is still not a globe. Breaking news.
I just saw the curve.
Oh, okay.
Oh, that was a curb. I'm sorry.
What's up, Brian? Long time no see, man. You doing all right?
Yeah. It could be better, it could be worse. You know how it goes.
Yeah. Same shit, different day here.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm getting ready to go back in and start poker again. It's that time of the year.
Yeah.
Wait a second. Poker where?
Well, you know, it's usually look in the front, poker in the rear. I mean, whoa.
There was an actual sign in a place in Kentucky that had that liquor in the front, poker in the rear. It was on the sign.
That's brilliant, mate. That's a funny one. Oh my god.
Okay.
Oh god.
Moving on.
But I want to give props to THC Anthony there for doing that sunrise thing. That sounds good, man. I wish you luck with that.
Yeah, mate. I want to do it with my kids, mate. You know what a blast it's going to be because I don't know what's going to happen. But hey, so I'm probably as young as the kids I'm taking up there, mate.
You might figure out we live on a ball or something, you think?
Oh no, mate. No, it's definitely stationary, mate. There's something wicked going on with that sun and that that moon because it seems more mechanical. There seems to be pauses. The last 30 days, I have definitely tracked a pause. I don't know what the heck's going on, mate. I'm boggled. You know, I fucking know nothing anymore, and I just know nothing now.
I feel you, man. I've never paid attention to the sun and the moon as much as I have the last 2 years, you know. I never knew before that the moon showed up in the daytime sky. I didn't
you never
notice
questioned it before, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, whoever's controlling them up there is smoking some serious pot because it's different, you know. It's I think it's I don't know, mate. I don't know. I just got more questions now.
It's actually quite interesting because when you start on the proverbial journey, if you will, you start to have more questions and more questions and more questions, and you start to go back to what we learned. Okay, well, that doesn't make any sense. And then you start from there and you start building and building and building and building. And at some point, you have 4 questions and you know exactly where you were. And you ask somebody else and they're like, okay, so you actually think it's spinning or something like that? And go from there. It's, oh man, I'm telling you. I love it. I love the journey.
Somebody under attack or something?
I don't know.
I'm not sure.
Oh, hey. Oh, the kids are down the other end. I got 3 kids. I got a hey.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I got 3 kids down there. Hey guys, Marie Anthony, what are you doing with them? Huh?
How do kids work on a flat earth?
Yeah, I know about kids. I have like 40, 11 of them or something like that. Yeah, Zulu ones out there is like flying monkeys. Actually, there's a lot of nice people out there. Thank you all for joining. That's pretty cool, man.
You don't have any trolls in your chat tonight, Larry?
No, actually, Dave, we're up to 4 people watching, and I think it's you, myself, perhaps Brian, and THC. Gab is 4 people watching. It's actually pretty cool.
Successfully reached my destination. Did I drop?
Nope, you're here. You're here. Gotcha.
I had something interesting to say, but I couldn't think of it right now. So you guys go ahead.
Well, that stinks. You can't keep somebody on the cliffhanger like that. You have to say, you know, I had something very interesting to share. You need to actually share it. You can't say, oh, I forgot it. I'll get back to you later.
Y'all see my cat?
Yeah.
And my putty cat. I thought I saw a putty cat.
THC's got a little one. What's with the cat?
Freaked out right now.
Trying to see if I can get the moon in the sky. It was too cloudy down here tonight. I don't see it up there. Where you at, Mr. Moon? Oh shit! I dropped now, didn't I?
What's with the cat?
Oh, it's just my cat. I was showing my cat. I'm at my house.
Okay.
Where'd you go, cat? That's Doodles the cat, if anybody cares. I'm sure nobody does.
Interesting, like cats and dogs and everything, they're instinctual. They live in the moment. They're not looking for something. They're looking to do it right now.
Here goes my lucky black cat. Let's see if I can catch up with him. Hey, Jax, come here. Say meow.
What?
Say meow to YouTube. Say meow to YouTube. Meow. No, you don't want to. Jax the cat. You guys continue. I've got to get in here and get relaxed from work and crap. I didn't mean to bring the conversation to a streaking halt. I usually do that, though. I'll go on in there. There's my doggy. Hey. Got dropped.
Is everyone still there?
He did drop.
I didn't think so.
Yeah,
So
he
has
was on his
nothing.
phone. He was on his phone. Sometimes those phones drop you. It's it's weird. You'll see people on phones and tablets, all of a sudden, a line of them, all at the same time.
Weird.
No,
Oh,
they're just on a certain server, and it's either being reset, updated, something simple. It's the common denominator there, you know.
Yeah, NASA has no problems, Wi-Fiing from space to Texas. What the hell? So what's new on your end, Brian? You still in Michigan right now?
Yeah, so I'm packing up, getting some stuff ready, getting ready to open the storage up real quick so I can pretty much do my garage sale out of that and then go from there, you know.
Right on. Got any Nintendo Wii U games?
No, I don't play anything like that. Not anymore. I used to.
I'm still single, so video games are sometimes a pastime.
Yep. I still play poker, and that's only because I do that for a living. So I'll jump on. A good one I like is for Facebook. I really don't like Facebook that much, but Governor Poker. You know, that one, it seems to be the one that most people will go and play a game that they like, that works for them and stuff like that. That's the one I noticed that gives me the most problems. What I mean by that is it's harder for me to win. So I'm playing on that one because it's harder and it trains you. You know what I'm saying? In a way. Keeps you on your toes.
For sure. One of my I think I told you this, but one of my brother-in-law, he's really good at gambling. And sometimes he'll lose a few $100s, but sometimes he'll win thousands of dollars. Like they'll get a new car. I'm like, what? Like what? Okay. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's real simple. You know, you want to play an open variety of hands, but at the same time, you got to be able to have the most money at the right time out. You know, so there's a lot of times you'll see somebody limp in, and what that means is like they got in real cheap with like say a 2-8, and they were in the small blind, and they limped in, paid the extra to just to stay in to cover their money, and then all of a sudden the flop hit and it hit 8-8-2, full house. You know, it's something they shouldn't have played, but being that they were in the small blind and they limped in, can't blame them. You know, those are the hands that you wait for. And that's when you're suckering everybody in because they still got ace or a king. And even if they hit, you're hoping they hit because you want them to think they got it, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. Interesting. So it's just a big game of a mind blow.
Yes. BSing. Exactly. You know, a lot of times you want to get on a table and piss some guy off. Put him on a tilt, they call it, where he's not thinking straight at all. And he'll just go all in on a stupid hand, and that's it. You took his money.
Oh, that's hilarious.
I'm not saying you do that with everybody, but there's times where different strategies work. You know?
That's why I'm horrible at it. I'm not good at deceiving people. I'm like one of those
Not
painfully.
deceiving. It's not. I don't mean like deceiving. I play straight up. It's, you know, it is what it is. I'm reading. Most of the time, I don't even need to look at my cards. What's that?
You're reading human nature. It's beautiful.
Yeah. You're reading everything else. I don't even need to look at my cards most of the time. You know what I mean? You're playing against. It's just some people. They give easy tells, so it's easy to tell whether they hit or not, and you know. Yeah, I've done a couple of the flat earth. I've done a couple of flat earth poker after dark or whatever, and shown, you know, the strategy I use. And I've been in every single time I've played. I've been either first place or second place, and been in the money every single time.
It's because you know the world's flat.
You're right. Yeah, exactly. You know, I don't advise poker for everybody. The reason why is you got to know when to walk away too, and that's the truth. You know, really.
Where I stayed.
Well, I was just gonna say cards get hot and cold. So you'll go through a cold streak, and then all of a sudden cards start coming your way. It really happens that way. It's really weird. It's almost like they have a flow.
Right down the street from where I used to live in North Palm Beach was a Gamblers Anonymous because there were so many people that would go crazy with that crap. I was like, a GA? What are you talking about? A video game? No, Gamblers Anonymous. I'm like,
right. See, I don't play all the time. My wife actually is one of those wives that likes me to play because I'm very calculated with it. I will only go in with a certain amount so that I can ride through all the bad streaks. I might not win 5,000, but I might walk away with 500 to 1,000 for sitting down for an hour or two. That's pretty good as long as you do things right. You know, you got to know when you can go in and do it. You can't just take your check and expect to hit the jackpot every time. It doesn't work.
Right. If I can't do it in video games every time, you can't do it in real life.
Right. Go ahead, THC. It looks like you're about to say something.
Yeah, I have a passion of roulette.
Oh, okay.
I haven't played it since I haven't played it since I lost my wife, but I played it I would say nearly every day up until I lost her. But there's a thing about roulette you got to understand. If you understand who designed the roulette wheel and why he designed it and why he had all the numbers end up being 666,
yes,
because he was after the church. But if you understand the gentleman that had the vision before he created the roulette wheel, he nearly died. He was in a coach and carry. I think it was 18. Oh, anyway, don't get my right on the dates. It's been a long time since I've researched, but he was veering off the bridge into the river, and that he had this glimpse of this perpetual motion. that's how he could not conquer the perpetual motion, but he conquered the roulette wheel. And interesting shit, and why he designed it. And he had it in for the church, and that's why I took up roulette. And then you're saying about predictability and about cards.
Mm-hmm.
The roulette wheel, if I gave you a secret, and I've got videos of me doing it.
Same thing. It's same thing going on with the roulette wheel.
The roulette wheel, there's bias wheels, and I know all the bias wheels in the country. See, when you get to a professional wheel, it's made by a man, a very, very calculated man, because everything's balanced. So, but
Right.
you know, there's one thing that they don't understand is, God, this is going to send it right off. The wheel, you know, you may see it as two-dimensional, but actually the wheel has personality. That's probably the best way to describe it. It has personality, meaning that it drops and strives in a certain rhythm, and that ball will land in that proportion throughout that 24-hour period, more so in that grouping. All the time, it's predictable. I see it all the time. Groupings, you know, it's unbalanced wheels.
The numbers on the Russian roulette wheel,
Yeah,
adding them all up, it's 666.
Yes. The Americans change it with the 00. That's how they try and, you know.
They tried to change it with that, but it still equals because of the number, the way it works.
Yeah, I know. Yep, correct. But the most important thing, and I'll just drop off, but the roulette wheel, it's fascinating, mate. I'm telling you. See, you got to understand nature. When you spend a lot of time with nature, the roulette wheel is predictable. That's all I can say. Anything that's made by man, made with nature, it's predictable. I don't know how so.
Yeah, you just got to be able to ride out the bad streaks. That's it, and be betting at the right time. That's all.
Yeah,
that's it.
Absolutely. Just imagine, and have you heard of people when they pick up a phone call and they knew that John was calling? Like you know when you're sitting down, you think, oh, fuck, John, I just thought about you just 1 minute before you called me.
Right. I think everybody pretty much has had that happen to them.
What do you call that?
I don't know, because I've had that feeling where, hey, maybe I should give my dad a call, or all of a sudden, I got to call dad, and then ring. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Okay, what happens if 33 Black came up in your mind and you put $25 on it and it came up?
I've kind of done stuff like that, so I know what you're talking about.
Okay, yeah. What if there's people in the world, because I was ostracized trying to make it public, they got rid of me. You know, they asked me to leave.
Were they projecting thoughts on certain things? Yep.
Well, no, I was wanting to make it vocal on YouTube about 7 years ago, just after my wife had passed on. But William, my son in the back. But quite interesting that you can actually predict it. It's all about the future. So predictable. It really is. And the roulette wheel is a great explanation about predicting the future. I've done it many times live. It's so simple. It's so easy. I wanted to show people how to do it, and then these group of people says you can't show people this shit, and I think it's all bullshit.
You're right. You can, because they have ancient manuscripts doing this.
Yeah, man. If I told you the truth, I did it through candle focus. I don't know if you know much about it. And I don't belong to any religion. You know, my parents are very religious, and I'm no part of that. But there's a discipline that they call candle focus. It's about looking into the flame. And then after a period of time, it took me 2 years to do this. And I mean 2 years, 8 hours, maybe sometimes 24 hours training. And then you go into a trance. I can't quite understand the feeling, but I know when my mind switches into a place where things are a little slower. I can't quite understand it.
Yeah. But we would call it divining, like a form of divining.
Yeah.
The extra natural becoming a part of it, kind of.
Yeah, well, I had my 6-year-old daughter dancing on the bed, and she's here today. That's how trippy it is. But anyway, so with this roulette shit, after 2 years, things were starting because I didn't go into money to do it for money. I just did it to try and bend the rules, just to do it. And then, boy, oh boy, man, I'm telling you, you can really predict that bugger. I mean, it's predictable. I did 3 numbers in a row, and I wrote them down before they came up live. And
What's
and
up,
it just
Larry?
got. And when you think about it, I want to show people that, and I don't, you see, the reason I haven't come out about this is because I don't promote, because sometimes you feel the people at the table. When you become so deep in the table, there's a ripple effect, meaning that you start to feel everybody at the table. So you hear them, you think about I know it sounds really trippy, but you start to feel them and their hope and wishes that wish their number come up. And sometimes I would move a lady's bet to tell them I think that number's a much better number, and it would come up. So that's what I loved about it. That's when I knew I could make change. And where I could go there and I could bump someone's reality by moving that bet, and they would go home a winner. And then try and let them know that, it's a funny thing about gambling because people always end up hoping, and you can't win from hoping. You have to know. When you know something not to be false and it's truth, you can't lose. And I try and instill that in people at the table, but some people, they're such abbreviated, they never understood. But yeah, roulette wheel, candle focus. It's not a mystery. It was taught 2,000 years ago. They used to do it in caves. And that's what I did. I locked myself away for 2 years. It can be done, guys. I'm an idiot. Anyone can do it. I just haven't gone back to it. But I will be teaching my daughter on her 7th birthday about roulette. It's pretty easy.
Well, minimum, you should show them how it works, period. That way they don't get snuckered into it later on. False sense of reality.
It's no different from a phone call. I swear to God. You just got to hone it because you know what? Your personality wants to take over.
Yeah,
Okay,
I believe in some ideas like that.
I'm going to be back in one sec, guys, but yeah.
Do what you got to do.
Jerry, Larry, we can't hear you. Like, it doesn't say you're muted, but your audio is not coming in.
You're not coming through, Larry.
Yeah, interesting stuff that THC was getting into. Because I call them soul ties or spirit connections. You know what I'm saying? Like, especially when it's with immediate people, like the girl that I keep going on about. When since we've been hanging out and talking a lot, when she's going through some distress, for some reason I know. And like I've only known her for a month, so I'm not gonna like call her and bother her all the time. But then it comes out to be something crazy, and you're like, damn, maybe I should have called her.
Right.
or a sibling that you've been connected with or whatever. Sometimes though, like I wouldn't be talking to my dad for years, and like we would on and off, but rarely would speak. And he'd just call me and be like, "What's wrong?" I'm like, "Wow, so much is wrong." You know what I'm saying? Like blah blah blah. Or when I was quitting drinking, he just knew that I was really trying to shift my paradigm and become a better person. And come to find out, he's the one who's been praying for me every day.
Yeah, right on.
Like every day. That's what really protects us is the prayer, or is the righteous prayers of our parents and our family and our friends.
Yeah, I believe that too.
Well, you think Larry was on a phone or something, or?
Yeah, probably taking a call or something. Yep.
Because sometimes I have to refresh this if it's not working.
There he is. Oh, maybe not. Sorry.
Who's Dem Monk talking about?
I'm not sure. I can't see the chat. I'm trying to figure out why I can't add. I was trying to add him a little bit ago, so I'm trying to refresh and back in and back out and trying to figure it out.
He's talking about Chris Cornell. I wasn't too into Chris Cornell, but I have people saying that he didn't die, and some people saying this and that. Like Denmark said, his bodyguard and wife killed him.
His bodyguard and his wife. Oh, you never know.
Well, that'd be rough.
No, that's a crime. That's a crime dog.
Like, oh, I'm paying my bodyguard and I'm married to her. Oh, they killed me. There goes trust.
Give me a second.
Brian, have you ever looked at the O.J. Simpson thing in the past year or so? Like rewatched the stuff?
Not in the last year or so. Why?
If you want to see an old example of pre-programming and false flag and hoax, wow.
Really, huh?
I was like, everybody watched that and absorbed it, and it's like watching people on the moon. It's that fake.
Right. Literally like that, huh?
Mm-hmm. It's that bad. You wouldn't think until you rewatch it, just like the moon missions. I would not have thought of it. I didn't like them because their name was Apollo. I was like, if they're gonna name themselves after a god that's against my god, not my favorite thing.
Right.
They have pictures of Stanley Kubrick on the set where they were all standing and walking around in zero G.
Yeah, I gotcha.
Crazy. And there was that dude from Ohio who was paid by the state to go prove that the moon missions were actually valid. And he come back and says, no, they weren't.
Right.
There's too many holes. He's like, this is kind of bumming me out because, I love space. I want to go to the moon. And he was like genuinely sad. Like that guy who wanted people the astronauts to pray on the Bible. People don't know this, but he was heartbroken. These were his heroes.
Oh yeah.
And they won't even he wanted to prove that they were correct. Just to find out, nope.
Exactly.
Like he was really sad. I was like, wow, that's some organic sadness right there. And got punched in the face, the whole bit.
Oh yeah. When you go up against what everybody calls the norm, you're gonna get a lot of hate. You've already, I'm sure, got it when you try to present flat Earth.
Oh yeah, for sure. My eldest brother says that I've done so many drugs, my brain is fried.
Hey, who was that guy that you were hanging out with before? Was he your brother? Your other brother? Or just a friend?
That was in my room?
Yeah.
That was my brother.
Oh, okay. So is he?
You mean like last week?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was my friend Ramon.
Okay. Is he on the same page with flat Earth and stuff, or is he still trying to figure it out?
I don't think he's convinced, and he doesn't spend too much time watching videos. But the way he's been going and asking people, like aside from me, the information is doing the reverse psychology. Like, hey, satellites really aren't real.
Right.
You heard about, or we're not really moving. He's heard all my information and took it in really well instead of just calling me stupid. He was like, huh.
Mm-hmm.
You might be right. And his questions were all the typical questions, easily answered. And he sells me cannabis, so he gets really good stuff. I guess I shouldn't say that on the live air, huh?
Hey, it is what it is. But yeah, you're right.
I don't even know how to. Whatever. Hey, look, at least my name isn't THC.
Look where, and people need to wake up that I'd rather see people smoking or consuming it rather than drinking and driving and stuff like that. You know what I mean?
You're a beautiful man for saying that. I just caught that. That's just so sweet. That needs to be promoted. Absolutely.
What's the top cause of deaths in America? Drunk driving.
Yeah. But bar fights, if I told you how many marriages break up just from someone see, there's a mechanism within alcohol. It clicks the switch, and sometimes I'm not saying all men, predominantly men, especially those that and that are indigenous, like Aboriginals, American Indians, and there's an enzyme within the blood of those beautiful people that when you, and these assholes know this, when you introduce an alcohol beverage to their bloodstream, they black out like a walkabout, and they do things and they don't remember, and it's usually the worst of, doing something pretty terrible. Alcohol's so bad, man, especially to the indigenous folk, and it's been known that you can ruin a nation, mate, with alcohol. Fucking ruin it. But with cannabis, god damn it, man, you can go into the most aggressive thinking nation, warlike minded, and dump a ton of weed on them, and I guarantee it, man. These guys are listening to music and they're chatting away and they're trying to work shit out. Alcohol's bad news. Anyway, cannabis is great, man. I don't say it's for recreational, but great for medical. That's all I say. And then, do your own research. God damn it. It's grown by nature. Sorry, guys, that I shit on so much. It's just that I've done a little bit of research. I'm passionate about cannabis.
Well, shoot, I'm only a layman on it. And what really made me want to research it is one of my brothers was like, look, drinking, you drink one beer, you kill about 100 brain cells, depending on the kind of beer, or one shot, 100 brain cells, gone. You smoke a fat joint of some really good chronic, and you might have 5 brain cells that go missing, but they're actually regenerative. You can get them back. People drink a 2,400 brain cells gone. And then you wonder why you wake up in this messed up hungover state, because your brain's trying to recuperate. And these people that have been going to these bars for 20 years, not changing their lifestyle, don't understand that what brain cells are being damaged are the ones that help you mature, help you learn, help you be a better person. People drink something that is a depressant. It's either going to make you really, really sad or really, really angry, because that's what people do with anger. They either use wrath or use sadness. You smoke a whole bunch of weed, what are you going to do? Eat food? Go to sleep? Seriously, people have to look at the facts. I guess they're having technical difficulties as well, THC.
Yeah. No, it's fine. But how's the word that they use, the English word? Punch drunk. Because if you look at people that have really hit the liquor hard, mate, I swear to God, they're pretty much punch drunk.
Yeah.
See, look, and mate, you know what? I drink a beer. I make beer. You know what? I'm not a anti-alcohol either. God damn it. No, I'm not. It's about finding what works well with who you are as a human species. If you're an Aboriginal, well, then you have to check it out differently to a white Caucasians that's used to grains, the way we break down things.
Right.
But
Let me say hello to Felix really quick. What's up, girl? How are you doing?
Hey, Felix.
Somebody call a drunk chick? I'm just kidding.
Yeah, just talking about alcohol, how it can, there's some good benefits, but Jesus Christ, there's a big swing there. A lot of people die from it.
Yeah, I know some people who have died from it.
Yeah, it's pretty terrible, darling. But and then someone was saying how many people have died from cannabis, and I thought, what a great analogy. Anyway, Felix.
Well, the worst thing that happened from cannabis is a massive asthma attack, and nobody to help you out of it if you smoke it. That's all.
Depending on your system, for sure. Because some people are allergic to smoke, just carbon monoxide or carbon dioxide. They don't even know. So once they smoke a joint, they're like dying because their lungs are not familiar with it, and they weren't supposed to consume it in the first place.
I've gone to edibles so I can cut back.
Edibles, I love edibles. I can eat one of those, go to work, and the whole day is just so superb. I talk. I actually feel like I'm doing something accomplishing. Gosh.
I like edibles because I don't think I forget stuff, you know, like.
And it's really good for you. Like edibles are where it's at. Like THC was getting into it. You want to use something that'll help you be strong, help you have energy, help your blood circulate, help men's libido, help girls' libido. Consume cannabis. Get good cannabis oil.
Yeah, I just have a cookie once in a while. Good. Friend up north the ways makes some, so they're going kind of.
Yeah, the drinking thing's always upsetting because there's like 90% of the beer in America isn't even real barley. Like it's just some chemical concoction. And for drinking, it's just boom. And what alcohol, in my opinion, was made for was for the people who are weary, you know, who need rest, who have lost someone, who are mourning, or people who are dying and want something to numb the pain. Like that's where we need morphine and strong alcohol. We don't need it for people to just go kill time with. You'll end up being like I was and just killing time with drinking every single day. And then your body will die. Eventually.
I had a friend, she drank quite a bit, and she wasn't like a fall down drunk idiot alcoholic or anything like that, but she drank quite a bit every day. And she started getting like, what do you call that? Ascites or whatever that, you know, start causing the belly to swell and everything.
Yeah, it's a liver breakdown. It's a pancreas.
Yeah, her doctor had her on some other kind of medication too. And I don't know, like she got
Big
sick
pills.
or something and she lost weight. And then she quit drinking for about 6 months. I'm sure she lost weight from not drinking. And then she started drinking again, and like her body cavity started filling up with fluids again, and it went into her lungs and stuff. She was only 53.
That's what it does, though. Breaks down the liver.
Yeah,
Puts holes in it, man.
People have to understand no matter what chemical or poison or preservative that we intake and consume, like fluoride, eventually our system, instead of trying to keep fighting it, will genetically modify itself to it. And it cannot cleave to it because it's not original, it's not natural. We're not supposed to have it. That's where we get cancers. And if people would just eat a whole bunch of cannabis when they have tumors and cancer and don't eat for 30 days, I guarantee you that they're going to have about 90%, if not 100%, better results than anything that the doctors will give you.
Well, if it costs for surgery to get rid of a tumor, take it out, man.
Felix, there's going to be a lot. There's going to be a lot of change, Felix, in the way we look at cannabis in the next couple of years. There's some great people coming out that it's going to show you how just about what they're finding out is they don't know what they can't reverse. So, and this is taking raw cannabis. It's not smoking it. It's not shoving it up your backside. It's drinking the raw juice. It's growing a certain style of plant. It's got a certain ratio of cannabinoids, and then you just juice it 2 ounces a day, every day, and it's going to be interesting where this all goes.
Well, I hope the price goes down on it because it takes a lot to make some juice.
Oh, it does. It does. You need 15 plants.
Yeah.
Yeah. You need 15 plants.
Oh, and that stuff is lovely too. Wow. Hey, THC, have you ever done opium? Ever smoked opium?
No, I haven't done an opioid, so I don't know the feeling of an opioid. I deal with a lot of people that take opioids, but I think
if you can get your hands on some natural opium that you can smoke like it shows in the movies where people lay there and do nothing, try it once because it's a really interesting experience. It gives you like a full high like cannabis would, except it's all body. Like that's why they want to lay there, because it just feels so good laying there.
Well, yeah, I need to know because certain plant materials are great for people, because when you look at people that are in diseasement, people with cancer, really, really nasty diseases, the diseasement is just it's inflammation. you know, this, mate, look, I'm a blockhead, but 5 years of diligent research, I found out the biggest key to longevity, and that is slow down the inflammation. Once you slow down the irritation in the brain and the body, you have got longevity. And isn't it funny that cannabis, the body does not want to give it up? Why? My question was the why. I found out a lot of things. Cannabis is quite interesting.
Is there
Very
another
fucking
plant that you know of that's just as close?
absolutely,
Not close,
absolutely.
but like
Rudy Ellis, love. Rudy Ellis from Russia.
rhodiola?
Yes. Yeah, absolutely, darling. It's a beautiful plant. It's probably my gosh, what a can of worms there. Um,
Yeah.
Yeah, look, you know what? The whole species of cannabinoids, look, you got to understand okay, if you look at your body, the first thing that gets laid out, how I think the body was structured, was everything was built around the endocannabinoid system. That's how important it is. So leave it at what you may. We've been lied to. We've been so goddamn lied to. God damn it.
And it is a damnable offense to be lied to so much.
Oh, man, this thing, I'm just thinking about all the people that have died. Jesus Christ. It's crazy, mate. Thing grows wild, mate. Thing grows wild. Throw the seeds out and it'll grow. And you know what? Another thing I want to tell you before I shut up is take your shoes off. Walk around the plant. And isn't it amazing? The three-letter wording, the CBG, CBC, the CBD, the THCV and THC and THCA changes to whoever's walking around it. Isn't that interesting? So you're telling me that the plant actually picks up the person walking around it looking after it?
Oh,
yeah. Now, I call that...
It picks up sounds. If I'm playing heavy metal music, the yield, if it's heavy metal angry, it won't pick up a good yield. If I play opera or even classical, Christian, stuff like that, I'll get yield. I'll get twice the yield. It's unbelievable how it works.
Have you ever tried on your plants?
No.
Ever tried binaural beats? Oh, plants respond really good to certain frequencies, so they really don't even need the language. They like binaural beats.
Oh, yeah. I've played with a bit of frequency. I'm trying to bring land race back, like if I'm growing a Tanzanian Durban poison at the longitude latitude, so I pick up the animals and the sound of the crickets and everything, and the actual plants actually respond better, produce its natural terpene profile for that healing aspect. I'm telling you, this plant is a mystery. I'm telling you, it has every terpenoid of every plant on this planet. What the heck is going on with this one plant?
Wow.
I know. What a freak out. I mean, this plant it's a mystery. It's got me absolutely fucked. I just can't believe what this thing can do, especially when you actually grow it, take your shoes off and start touching and watering it. It totally changes its whole aspect of the plant. I mean, I just can't work that one out. I want to open up a hospital and have these plants growing with all sick people. That's what I want to do.
Yeah, I don't know about, would you call them terpenoids? I don't know much about
terpenoids. Yeah, terpenoids is like if I have you close your eyes, and if I could get you to picture a strawberry, just a fresh picking strawberry, and you close your eyes, and I get you to smell that smell, even though you're not holding that strawberry, if you do it correctly, you'll smell those terpenoids and flavonoids. It releases chemicals in your body. So when I'm giving you THC or CBD, for it to go to where it's supposed to go to, I need a flavonoid or a terpenoid to carry it. It's like a cart that's carrying a freight train. So if you can just imagine the carts, which is the terpenoids that are pulling all the medicine with it. If you look at terpenoids, they're alcohol based. It's passing the blood-brain barrier. So it's delivering the medicine. So this is why it's so important when you're extracting an oil to keep it whole. Don't run it through CO2. Don't do BHO, which is butane honey oil. You're destroying the cannabinoids. You're stretching and destroying and breaking up the membrane. And anyway, so I can bullshit on too much, but there's a way to do a process, and it's very old. It's a couple of 1,000 years old process. People have been doing it for thousands of years, and it's done, believe it or not, with alcohol. It's done with alcohol. Isn't that interesting?
Oh, all right. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah. Where's Larry?
Yeah, here, loud and clear.
Are you talking about making the oil?
Yes, look, I've been teaching it throughout. I know they don't like me to teach this, but I've been teaching it for some time now. But yeah, I do it with you can do it with any alcohol. I like to do it with 200 proof.
Yeah, I was about to say, if you get the really strong, like corn oil alcohol, it works well. Me and a friend in my old smoke shop used to make it.
Yeah, corn's too dry. You need to use a red grape. See, every alcohol is different. Yeah, because there's different. If you look at the molecule of alcohol, alcohol is just not alcohol like DNA. So if you look at the structure of red wine, and there's certain aspects of red wine, that when you break it down and make it 200 proof.
What's the best potato?
Red wine alcohol for cannabis, absolutely.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant for terpenes.
No, it pulls everything. The red wine alcohol, high proof, 190 to 200 proof, pulls. You leave it there for, well, anyway, I'm not going to even go in. But if you leave it there for a certain time with the cannabis, it actually extracts all the cannabinoids and keeps everything intact. So when you dehydrate the alcohol off, it leaves the oil there. You now have a photocopy of that plant without the plant. You understand that, Felix?
Something else. Yeah, I'm allergic to wine and beer because of the sulfites that's in it.
Yeah, well, there's no sulfites. There's no sulfites in red wine 200 proof. You put that in your car. You put that in your car and you run on it.
I was about to say something similar to that.
Yeah, it burns.
Like you can use that type of stuff and not worry about it. But I wouldn't recommend it for.
Oh no, you don't want to drink 200 proof. It's for extracting the oils from cannabis.
And especially because it's going through a process to where you're using a heating element and sometimes or blah blah blah, or for letting it ferment.
Yeah,
like
you've got one if you're doing
it.
Yeah, if you do a full plant extract using the roots to the head, that's great for all the skin disease, gout, and stuff like that. You just do a soak for they say it's like a one full moon to a full moon, so for 1 month. That's the Chinese style. And then you've got supercritical, meaning that I take my alcohol to around about 120 degrees Celsius minus. That means it's a cryogenic freezer. So all my work is done in cryogenic, like in being in Alaska or something. So I freeze.
I think you muted yourself, buddy.
Yeah, sorry about that. But anyway, so as it's done through freezing, I freeze my alcohol and I freeze my plant material at 160 C minus, and then fold it back on itself, and then you have an oil that is the photocopy of the plant. Without why asthma people can smoke my material without even know they're smoking, and actually improves the bronchial. CPOS. It's just really, when you look at cannabis is I think the plant was here put
I think he dropped. Is he on a phone?
I don't know. He looked like he was standing at a table.
Yeah, I think he might be on the phone. He'll be popping back in.
Maybe the CIA watchers.
Yeah. Why? Did you kick him, Larry?
Where is Larry? Larry sleeping? Larry, Larry, you know what happens when you fall asleep when I'm on your channel, don't you? I play
You drool down. You drool down the side of your cheek.
I play techno all night. That didn't wake him up either.
No. Yeah.
I think I missed mostly everything a lot earlier, but I had chores to do. Dave was out mowing and he got a tick on him. So that was the first thing. So we got that off of him, and I have a big hairy dog. And I had to check her over and make sure she had nothing on her. So that took a while because she's molting. So I had a whole shopping bag. I had a whole shopping bag full of dog hair.
Yeah, not too long ago I did the same thing with my cat, and I can't believe how much cat fur. And one of my cats had a skin problem, so it was as it was losing hair, it wasn't losing all of it, but it was losing like its baby fur, Yeah. But that's a lot of hair.
Oh,
I didn't realize how much it was.
Yeah. She's a big dog. She's a the Australian Shepherd, sheepdog.
Yeah.
And she's mixed with Wheaten Terrier. Well, Wheaten Terrier don't shed much, but their hair grows really fast, and they need to be groomed every day. So she's got this like scruffy. She looks like a giant terrier, like that scruffy fur,
Right.
It's shaggy, wiry, kind of wavy.
Long.
Yeah, and
Is it all right? Is it all right if I get Dem Muck on?
I couldn't add him. That's what I was saying earlier. I tried.
I don't know who that is, and if Larry doesn't add him, then it's probably not a good idea.
And Larry's not answering right now. I think he's doing something. So I was waiting for an answer from him earlier too, but I couldn't add him. So
yeah, let Larry do that because it's Larry's hangout, and so
it's just being respectful like that.
Yeah, this is the way we've been running it for a long time. Until we get to know people, and so
yeah, totally understandable. The first couple times that I was getting onto these things, like even today, I was trying to get on with Wesley Stace because I like Wesley Stace. I wanted to chit chat with him, but he wasn't there.
Oh,
we're not just gonna bring you on.
Yeah, once you get to know people, and if you're a contributor, you've done stuff, and people get to know you good, and
Yeah, Brian's been the main outlet for me. He was the one who got me or let me on, taking a risk. So thank you for that, Brian.
Not a problem. You gotta take a risk every once in a while.
And I'm all right. I'm not annoying or anything. Not usually.
Right. We all have our own little touches of that. So.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Hi, Dave Hinkle. He's peace outing and.
Oh, have a good night, Dave.
Yeah, I miss chatting with him a little earlier. To drive home.
Right.
Yeah, there were a few people. I was listening. I had my phone with me and stuff, so I was listening, and occasionally I popped into the chat or whatnot, But boy, my hands were busy. It's a garbage night. Had to clean and sweep and.
Before getting into flat Earth, my favorite things to study was astrology, cosmology, and of course biblical stuff. I love biblical history. That's probably my favorite. But once I found out the flat Earth, it smacked me in the face.
So have you gone into geocentric astrology?
Oh yeah, for sure. That was when I found out how the world's anatomy really worked, and that the heavens were actually a scroll around the North Point. Everything from the Book of Enoch to the Vedic texts to the Quran just opened up like boom.
Yeah. Well, yeah. When I was small, I kind of got into astrology a bit like when I was about 7, 8. You know, I checked out a book from the library and I was really interested in it and stuff. And it kind of turned a little bit into astronomy. And, you know, for gifts, my dad would give me star charts and my uncle got me a telescope, and I would check out the planets and check out their movements against the star charts. And then I got an old book that had an ephemeris in it, and it ended, I think it was 1952, the ephemeris ended. The book was printed in 1910, so it had like a 50-year span on it. So by the time I got to it in like, I don't know, 77, 78, and see, they used to do a lot of things heliocentrically, or not heliocentric, geocentrically, because, you know, the moon only takes 28 days to go through the entire zodiac. The sun takes a year. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, I just kept watching, and I'd go out there in the freezing cold, you know, all bundled up like a little Eskimo girl and set up my telescope on a really clear winter night, you know, to get.
Because you wanted to know.
Yeah, I wanted to know, and I wanted to know more. And then I got like a little bit more into like the symbolics. And then by the time I was in my teens, early teens, I started getting into the psychology of astrology. And then, you know, writing, you know, calculating charts for people, doing the delineation. And it became harder and harder and harder to find geocentric books because everything was, you know, heliocentric based, which, you know, it gets more difficult. It is more difficult. It is more difficult. You know, there's a lot of weird calculations. I mean, you got to admit, most astrologers, you know, that use heliocentric based astrology, they have to use computers because they just can't sit down and draw a chart. They can't, you know, look at an ephemeris and, you know, place the degrees and the declinations, or even do the calculations for that matter. So that was a hobby of mine. I was such a fucking little geek, man. I had braces and glasses, and I was the biggest freaking book geek when I was a kid. And
I'm sorry. I love the girls with braces because you know that they're just going about life. Once their braces are off, you're gonna be like, wow.
Oh yeah, but yeah, in the 70s, it was kind of like, you got braces. I got teased a lot, but when my braces got off and my parents got me contact lenses, it was between 9th and 10th grade, and I had the same math teacher the next year, and I let my hair grow out over the summer, and I come back to school, you know, and I used to wear makeup while I wore my glasses all the time because because my glasses, you know, were for